Hello?
Is
Good?
that on mic a lot?
Yeah, I'm all
You
right.
know, project. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Things we appreciate. I'm just going to start to rap.
Okay, she's good. Thank you.
The programs are going to go ahead and be on the south end of the show arena and the display cabinet. We don't have a ton, so take pictures with your phone, and we'll let you know when they are available. No handout programs at all. Sorry, I should not have this job.
We're not firing her. So they're also available on the 4-H app if you have that downloaded. If not, you can just look in the store for Iowa 4 or Plymouth County 4-H. There's also the remind text, so you can get a quick text right away saying, "Oh, this program's ready," and the instructions on how to do that are also in the display board. So thank you everyone for coming.
All right, we're going to start off with our Berkshire Gilt class. So class 1, you guys can start going ahead and getting your gilts ready and bring them over to the ring, the Berkshire Gilt class.
Just a couple reminders before we begin this morning. Please remember to social distance the best that you possibly can. There are hand sanitizer stations located around the barn. Also, exhibitors, there is a welcome sign, or you are welcome to sign the wood carving bench located in the beef barn.
Second call for the first class of Berkshire Breeding Guilds. Go ahead and start making your way to the ring.
Good morning and welcome to the 2020 Gold and Clover Classic. We're going to go ahead and get started. Our judge for today is Dan Lane. He is from Elkader in northwest Iowa. He attended Iowa State, and while he was at Iowa State, was on the national championship team, and he has judged at numerous fairs. So please welcome Dan this morning. In the ring right now, we have our first class of Berkshire Gilts. We have Matthew Kohlbaum of MMCRU FFA, Carter Moffitt of Portland Preston Pillars, and Mason Peters of the Union Vikings.
This will be first call for Class 2 of Duroc Gilts. First call for Class 2 Duroc Gilts.
Good morning to those of you at the ringside. Certainly my pleasure to have made the trip over. Basically, where I live is about the same distance you are from South Dakota up in northeast Iowa, and so really a beautiful trip across yesterday, and certainly my pleasure to be with you and to work with your young people throughout the day today. Very excited to be here and to do that. What a great class to get started off with our three Berkshire Gilts here. And I think there's some uniqueness in each one of those females that I think brings some really good things to the table. I'm electing to start with the young man's gilt that's closest to me. And I think if you study her and you think about a January Berkshire gilt from a size perspective, she's the one that from a growth and performance standpoint is probably the most appropriate in just her physical build and her presence as far as just being growthy and extended and have some length of body and some width and some mass. As you study her relative to the other two, when she comes at you, she's bolder at the base of her rib. She's bigger at the top side of her skeleton. She's a gilt that when you get on the side of her, balances very well. And by that, I mean the top of her shoulder and her hip match very well. You put her in motion, and certainly she's good enough from that perspective. If you're ringside, you'd change her just ever so slightly out of her hip and on her hind leg, but I think that's being critical of a really nice female here, one that's level and square and correct and growthy and performance-driven. I like that about the gilt. Young man's got a really unique kind of a Berkshire female here, and if we could maybe just offer a little more performance to one that I could get kind of excited about, because if you study the front third of that one's body, she's built very unique in that region. She's extended up through the front end of her body. She's long for the point of her pull forward. She's long for the point of her pull back, and she's a gilt that's really clean and extended. She's good out of her blade. She gets out and uses her shoulder correctly. She's good out of the way that she's made from the side. Again, balances, I think, extremely well. One that, again, just like our class winner, you'd change ever so slightly out of her hip and on her hind leg, but one that's got good presence, got a good look, and I like that about her very well. The young man's got a nice gilt here in 3, one that's sound and flexible and the one that gets out and moves well. I think you can see relative to the group, maybe doesn't offer us the performance that we got in the other two females, maybe not quite the squareness and stoutness that we have in the other two females, along with that extra femininity. Really a nice set of females. Let's give our 3 young exhibitors here a nice round of applause.
Second call for the Duroc Gilts, Class 2. Please go ahead and bring your animals to the ring.
In first place in the Berkshire Gilt class is Matthew Kohlbaum of MMCRU FFA, and second place, Mason Peters of Union Vikings. Our trophies today were sponsored by Ben and Janelle Johnson. Our second class is the Duroc Gilt class. In this class, we have Cale Moffitt of Akron Westfield FFA, Kylie Allen of Classy Clovers, Brady Allen of Classy Clovers, Mason Peters of Union Vikings, and Cole Moffitt of Portland Preston Pillars.
First call for Yorkshire Gilts. Please start making your way to the ring. First call, Yorkshire Gilts. Second call for Class 3, Yorkshire Gilts. Please make your way to the ring. Second call for Class 3, Yorkshire Gilts.
Really an excellent set of Duroc females, and I think lots to talk about as we get through them, and there's lots of quality inside of all 5 of these females, and I think you got to land on the pair of gilts here that are in the ring, and I think the young man's gilt is the one that just, to me, puts the most of the best together. You can study that one's design and her build from the side. Again, one that just balances, shoulder and hip match well. You get into study of proportions, her depth of rib and her depth of flank, I think come together extremely well. Get on the top side of her skeleton. The top of her rib matches the bottom side of her rib, and by that means she's spread as open at the top as she is at the bottom of her body. And so the top and the bottom match along with the side and the way that all those things come together proportionally. The thing that I think separates that pair for me is her hind leg. That one just plants and uses her hind leg, I think, extremely well, gets out and drives and just gets out and is more flexible in the way that she goes. Take nothing away from the young lady's gilt. Again, one very similar in the way she's constructed. The young man's, and I think they're mates, but maybe not quite as flexible right there out of her hind two, but one that's every bit as powerful when you study her construction, her boldness, her rib, her bigness at top, her squareness, her femininity, her length, and her extension and her balance. She just does a lot of things really good. Young man's got one that I get pretty excited about when I study the front 2/3 of this gilt. That is a big 4-limbed gilt that's got a great big foot. She's really got a good chest floor, and she's one that comes at you with some authority, and I like that about her. Certainly one that when you get on the top side of her skeleton, she matches that. The top of her blade matches what you see on the underside of her skeleton. It matches her forelimb, and they really like that about the way that gilt's constructed. She's one that when you get into the rear third of her body, though, doesn't probably come together quite as well as we found in those 2 gilts. On the front side there, she doesn't want to reach and use her hind leg quite as well. Certainly one that's not as proportionate when you get out there into that rump. She doesn't maintain the width that she's got in the front side of her cavity out through the rear third of her body, and so you'd offer her just a little bit more in that region if we're going to do that. Young man's got one that's very striking from the side. This one's got a neat look, and her height, the shoulder, and hips really good, and she's got a nice look from a balance standpoint. And he does a nice job of getting her shown, kind of gets kind of wheels shown right off of her. I think if you study that gilt, though, and study her relative to the 3 that we had above her, that one's some of the narrowest constructed. Study her knees and the way that she comes at you. She wants to come in her knee just a little bit, and as you get right in behind her, that gilt maybe doesn't leave you with as much authority from behind as we found in those 3 gilts on the front side of the class. And so really got a neat presence. Young man does a great job of getting her shown, maybe not as genuine when you study her skeleton in the way that she's built from top to bottom and front to back as we found in those gilts on the front side of the class. Get into a gilt here, that one that you certainly like. Again, it's got some width of chest and got some dimension and some openness of her cavity. One that maybe just not as comfortable in the way that she comes and goes in her skeleton. She's a little bit more uncoordinated in the way that she uses that, but one that's stout and powerful, and I like that about her. Really a nice set of Duroc females. Let's give those young people a nice round of applause.
First place in the Duroc Gilt class goes to Brady Allen of Classy Clovers. Second place goes to Kylie Allen of Classy Clovers. Also receiving blue ribbons, Kale Moffitt, Mason Peters, and Cole Moffitt. The trophies for that class are sponsored by Mike and Jody Fisher for the championship trophy and Ben and Janelle Johnson for the reserve trophy. Our next class is the Yorkshire Gilt class. In this class, we have Kylie Allen and Tenley Bulkey.
First call for Class 4 Crossbred Gilts. First call for Class 4 Crossbred Gilts. Start making your way to the ring.
Just a reminder for exhibitors, you can sign up for the ribbon auction just inside the beef barn.
A nice set of Yorkshire females. I think for me, a logical place to start in the young ladies guild here to my right. I think one that if you study her again, balance and proportion really well. One that's powerful in the way that she's built in her body, and when you get out to her rump, probably the most three-dimensional the way she's made, and the rear 2/3 of her body of the three gilts in the drive. She's the one that leaves you with the most dimension from behind. Is certainly one that uses her hip and hind leg, I think, extremely well. One that it balances, I think we get off the side of her. I think a decision comes in the two gilts here. You got a gilt here to my left that's probably a little more extended in the fore region of her body, probably ties her skeleton just a little bit better when you study her right there through her hip and rump and the way that she kind of comes there. And then you got a gilt here that's just a little bit more massive in the way she's constructed. She's bolder in her ribs, she's bigger in her top, she's bigger in her rump, and she just got a little more dimension all the way throughout. She's a little longer spine and more extended and a little more female in the way that she's constructed in that way. And so I elected to use her second. I think one that's just really balanced and it's got just a lot of rib and body and power to make a good kind of a breeding female. Take nothing away from the young man's gilt here that's in third, just one that's really got a great presence, really got a great look, and one that balances extremely well, just not as opened up, not as three-dimensional in the way that her cavity comes together. Really a nice set of gilts. Let's give them a nice hand as they head back to the barn.
In the Yorkshire Gilts class, first place goes to Tenley Bulkey of Grant Clever Clovers, and second place to Kylie Allen of Classy Clovers. The championship trophy for that class is sponsored by Ben and Janelle Johnson, and the reserve champion trophy was sponsored by Dennis Baldwin.
Class number 4 of crossbred gilts. Again, please go ahead and start making your way to the ring. Class number 4 of crossbred gilts.
While we're waiting for our next exhibitors to come into the ring, just a couple reminders. We do not have copies of the program today, but there is a program in the display box on the south end of the arena. You are welcome to take a picture of that program with your phone. There's also a QR code that you can scan if you have the 4-H app to receive that program as well. Again, exhibitors, if you are wanting to sign up for the ribbon auction, the sign-up sheet is located just inside the beef barn. And again, just a reminder that we ask that you please social distance the best that you possibly can. Again, there is hand sanitizer stations located around the barn. Thank you.
Again, in the ring right now is our first class of crossbred breeding gilts. If you are in that class, please go ahead and quickly make your way to the ring. Also, exhibitors, as you are leaving the ring, please remember to pick up your trophy and ribbons.
Another announcement, there is a picture backdrop just inside the beef barn with champion photos. Has been sponsored by Pat Lehner and the Plymouth County Farm Bureau. In this first class of crossbred gilts, we have Isaiah Lammers of Lamar's FFA, Matthew Kolbaum of MMCRU FFA, Cale Moffitt of Akron Westfield FFA, Corinne Moffitt of Portland Preston Pillars, Mason Peters of Union Vikings, and Caleb Korselman of Lamar's FFA.
This will be first call for the second class of crossbred gilts. First call for the second class of crossbred gilts. Exhibitors that are going to be in that class: Cole Moffitt, Tenley Bulkey, Jarrett Westhoff with 2 pigs, McKenna Hoffmeyer, and Addison Dan Uden.
Really an excellent set of crossbred gilts to start our crossbred division off. I think really get into a pair of these four here on the front side that are really good. I like the belted gilt to start. I think she's the combination gilt of the drive. I think a balanced gilt when you study her from the side, one that's, again, shoulder and hip match. Put her in motion. She uses her shoulder and her hind leg really well. And again, when you get on the top side of her, certainly I think she's got enough spread and enough rib and enough body. I'm not going to say that she is the boldest from that perspective, because that's really, if you're going to change that gilt to make her better, you probably open her up right at the top side of her rib just a little bit and give her just a notch more outward shape to the center portion of her body. But build and design, flexibility, squareness, levelness, I think that one does a lot of things really, really well. I think the blue gilt on the other side complements this one. If you could mash them two together, then you got one that I think runs really hard. I think the blue gilt's the stout featured one that's burly centered and big backed and got a big rump and got a big hind leg. One that I guess when you start studying her from a feminine standpoint, a little shorter face, shorter through the front third of her body, maybe doesn't reach quite as well right out of her hip and on her hind leg, but that is one stout square one that's got lots of rib and body and power. I think a very unique breeding piece right there. Really two very good females. Then you get into a pair of gilts here that come in 3 and 4, and they're built very similar as far as their length and extension. Maybe neither of them are quite as square right there out of their rump. Neither of them are quite as powerful in the way they're built right into their rump. I think the young man's gilt across the way is more extended in the fore region of her body. She's more extended in the central portion of her body as well. Young man's gilt here to the left is one that's maybe just a little stouter footed. So they kind of mimic the two that we had right there in 1 and 2. That's why I elected to use the young man here, and the greens to come in 3, and then the young man there on the other end to be in 4. But I think, again, two gilts that are built very similar. You change their hip and hind leg, but they're long, they're extended, they've got a good look, they're stout, and they've got enough body and power to match what we got in the front side of that class. Then we change types, and we get into some gilts here that maybe got just a little more mass and power, maybe are not as comfortable in the way they come and go. We get into a young lady's gilt here that you maybe change the right rear leg on this one just a little bit, and the way that she goes, wants to get a little tangled up there on her right rear from time to time, but one that's got some mass and power and width, one that's got enough look from the side to kind of put things together. Here's one that you either tie into and love, or one that you maybe just get a little bit more sideways about like I did. I think this one is so powerful and so dimensional in the way that she's made, and if you like that about her and want to run her up and start the class, I won't argue with you. Then we got to talk about one that's maybe just a little bit quick in her build, one's a little just quicker in her overall dimensions. We need to make this one just a notch bigger if we're going to go ahead and use her to start in my estimation. If you're ringside and you say, I like the power and mass and dimension, won't argue with you. I certainly just, it's just different on how you evaluate him. Same for the young man's gilts that come out next. One that's just really stout and powerful. It's got rib and body, but maybe just a little bit quick in her overall build, and we make that one just a notch bigger in her kind if we're going to use her. Then we change gears, and we get into, actually you can just start letting those gilts out. We get into gilts that maybe are just a little bigger and more extended in their overall kind, but don't have the power and mass, particularly we had in those gilts right on the front side of the class. They're all big and long and extended, but they're a little flatter and harder in their blade. They're not as overall shaped in their rib and body. They don't have that extra mass and dimension we had in those gilts on the front side of the class. Really a good set of females. Let's give them a nice hand as they work their way back to the barn.
In this class of crossbred breeding gilts, first place goes to Reagan Peters of Union Vikings, and second place goes to Matthew Kolbaum of MMCRU FFA. The championship trophy is sponsored by Josh and Jill Laners, and the reserve trophy is sponsored by Akron Westfield FFA. Also receiving blues in this last class of crossbred breeding gilts, Isaiah Lammers, Cale Moffitt, Corinne Moffitt, Caleb Korselman, and Kyle Welch. In this second class of crossbred breeding gilts, we have Cole Moffitt of Portland Preston Pillars, Tenley Bulkey of Grant Clever Clovers, Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants, McKenna Hoffmeyer of Grant Little Giants, and Addison Den Ouden of Johnson Juniors.
All right. If you had a first or second place pig for our breeding gilt classes this morning, please go ahead and start making your way back to the ring for our champion drive. If you had a first or second place gilt in our breeding gilt classes this morning, please go ahead and start making your way back to the ring for our champion drive.
I'd like to go ahead and thank our superintendents real quick, Derek Tenaple, Brady Marinow, Joe Rada, Jim Hitchwood, Brad Harvey, and Clint Kesnick. And also thank you to the Fair Board members for helping set up the fairgrounds and for all of your support.
She's got a big square burly top in her. Comes at some cost, and that one gets a little tangled on her hind leg. She doesn't use that quite as well. And one that, as I study her, maybe is a little shorter in her face and a little shorter up into the front region of her body. So she doesn't have that feminine length and extension to the center portion of her body through her rump and the way that she's made on her hind leg. Then we get into two gilts that both get just a little bit tangled on their hind legs. This one's both for different reasons. This one's a little straighter out of her hock. That causes her to have to break in her pastern just a little bit to be able to use that hind leg quite as well. This one wants to roll out of her pastern just a little bit, gets a little bit just what I call sickle shaped in her hind leg, and that changes the way that she's made from behind just a little bit. Two hogs that got muscle, got width and body, but just maybe not quite as good in their skeleton. Really nice set of gilts. Let's give those young people a nice round of applause.
Last call for our championship drive for gilts. So if you had a class winner or a runner-up from any of the classes this morning, head back to the ring right now. Thank you.
In our second class of crossbred breeding gilts, first place goes to Tenley Bulkey and second place to Jarrett Westhoff. Also receiving blues Cole Moffitt, Jarrett Westhoff, McKenna Hoffmeyer, and Addison Denowden. Exhibitors, if you did not get your ribbon while exiting, please come to the ribbon stand to get those ribbons. Thank you. We are now moving on to our champion breeding gilt drive.
And then this will be first call for our first class of market pigs. First call for our first class of market pigs. It's the carcass gilt class.
Clovers. The Champion Breeding Gilt Trophy is sponsored by First Co-op of Kingsley.
We had in the second from that particular drive, the reserve in the crossbred division. We talked about one that, again, balances, very similar to our champion, one that's level and square and correct, one that maybe you'd offer just a notch more just center to. We talked about that maybe not being as powerful in the way that he's constructed in the center portion of her body. There's one that maybe out here does that just a little bit better and being just a little more three-dimensional in the way that she's made in the center of her body, having that shape of rib and that squareness that we found in our champion, but having all the similar things that we find in this reserve champion crossbred, being flexible, being stout, being opened up, and yet being really good from the side from a build and design standpoint, being loose and very comfortable in the way that she comes and goes. I think the Duroc Guild is one that, as you study her, has really got a great rib, got a great body. She's square from top to bottom. She's flexible in the way that she comes and goes, really feminine in the way that she's made. There's just a notch more center to that one, just a notch more rib and just a notch more dimension. She'll be our reserve champion out here in our Breeding Guild division.
Our reserve champion breeding gilt is Brady Allen of Classy Clovers. The reserve champion breeding gilt trophy is sponsored by First Co-op of Kingsley.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start out with our market portion of today. And again, if you are in the first class of carcass gilts, please go ahead and make your way to the ring quickly. And then we'll go ahead and do first call for our second class of carcass barrows. First call, class number 2, carcass barrows.
Couple more reminders. We do not have programs printed, so if you're interested in looking at the program, there is a program over on the south end of the arena in the stand, and you can take a picture of it with your phone. Couple reminders for the exhibitors. If you want to sign up for the ribbon auction, that is located just inside the beef barn. There is also a backdrop for taking pictures just inside the beef barn. You can get your champion photos taken by Pat Lehner, sponsored by Plymouth County Farm Bureau.
All right, all of our breeding gilts from earlier today, besides Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion, we'd like to go ahead and have you guys start loading those on the trailer right now, and that is located on the northeast end of the swine barn. So if you had any breeding gilt that was shown this morning, besides Grand and Reserve, please go ahead and start loading those out on the trailer.
If your pigs are being sold in the terminal market, if they do not hit Grand or Champion, they will be loaded right on the truck. Thank you.
Second call for Class 2 of Carcass Barrows. Second call, Class 2, Carcass Barrows.
So get into our carcass class, and I think one that's a little bit challenging to put together just because not having a scan data and starting to think about, okay, how do we evaluate these? And the old 5 years ago carcass system, 4 years ago, it favored lightweight pigs that were extremely lean. The new carcass system in the last 2 years favored those pigs that were from 270 to 285 that had somewhere around a half inch to 8/10 somewhere in there, and kind of fit kind of in that normal box. And so to me, the one that probably does that the best and has a design and build to be competitive if we had them in the show ring is the Young Man's Belted Pig here along the rail, and she's going to be our class winner here in this particular division. Study that gilt. That's one's bold, she's wide, she's stout, she's muscular, weighs in the 80s, so kind of hits that perfect box. Really, really square when you get on top of her, very bold, and yet has a build that if you had to say, I needed to put 10,000 of them on the truck today and be comfortable that they would go to market and certainly hit that box, that one does that. And I think she does that very well. I think very good. Young Man's got a blue gilt here that's probably got maybe even just a little bit more muscle when you get right on the top side of her skeleton. She's one that really squares extremely good in the center port of her top and has got lots of dimension. Maybe he doesn't balance quite as well. Certainly one that's not as comfortable in her skeleton, and one that gets a little bit on the big side as far as 295. And so maybe from that, evaluating where those box perspective standpoint maybe just gets a notch bigger. Young Ladies Guild here is one that I like just from a physical build and presence standpoint. I think of those that remain, this is the one that's the most correct in her skeleton, along with having the third most muscle. She's shapely down her top, she's big in her rump, yet she gets out and moves extremely well, got a good ring kind of a presence. Young Ladies Guild here comes next. One that if we could change her right rear leg, we'd just get a little bit more excited about. Maybe doesn't plant and use that leg quite as comfortably, so we find in the other parts of her skeleton, but a gilt that's got some muscle, got some dimension. We just change some physical build about her. Young man's got a gilt that we complete the class with. One that, again, as we talk to him, one that we'd maybe just change her comfort level just a little bit in the way that she uses her hind legs, but certainly one that's got some muscle and some dimension. Let's give him a nice round of applause, a nice set of gilts.
First place in the, whoops, sorry, hold on one sec. First place in the carcass gilt class is Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants, and second place is Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants. The champion trophy is sponsored by Plymouth County Pork Producers, and the Reserve Champion Trophy is also sponsored by Plymouth County Pork Producers. Our next class is Carcass Barrows. Our two exhibitors are Eli Eisma of Grant Little Giants and Cale Pearson of Stanton Lucky Clovers.
First call for market gilts, 190 to 235. First call for market gilts, 190 to 235.
Just one carcass barrel here, and one that I think represents the division very well. That's a stout featured barrel that's got rib and body, and certainly one that when you get on him, he's got some shape and muscularity. Got a big, thick cut of a rump and got a big forelimb, and this gives you the one of a barrel that's performed very well, and yet has got enough muscularity. It looks like he's going to go on and harvest very well, and gets out and uses the ring. More importantly, we had a nice conversation. I think the gilt that he showed in the last class is a mate to this one, and we just see this one's 20 pounds heavier, and he uses his skeleton just a more appropriate. So had a good opportunity to learn just a little bit from that, and so that makes it an even better experience for me hopefully, and for the exhibitors. So really a nice bear to win our carcass bear division here. Let's give our young man here a nice round of applause.
First in this class of carcass barrows is Cale Pearson of Stanton Lucky Clovers. The trophy for this class is sponsored by Ranking Farms. Our next class is the Market Gilt Underweight class. In this class of Market Gilt Underweight, we have Lillian Kesnick of Lincoln Toppers, Jack Kesnick of Lincoln Toppers, Caleb Korselman of Lamar's FFA, Delaney Walrod of Johnson Juniors, and Elise Knapp of Akron Westfield FFA.
First call for market gilts weighing between 235 and 305. First call for the market gilts weighing between 235 and 305. Please start making your way to the ring. Just a reminder, if you are planning on doing showmanship, make sure you have one of your pigs at least not on a trailer to bring back into the ring. Second call for market gilts weighing between 235 and 305. Second call for market gilts weighing between 235 and 305.
here in our lightweight division. Got a good set of gilts here, and I think one that day logically starts in the young lady there in the center of the rings, predominantly white gilt. And I think if you study her relative to the drive, that's the stout-footed, square-built one that's opened up in her chest floor, big down her top and big out of her rump. One that gets out and moves, I think, extremely well. One that looks like it's got good harvest value, yet very comfortable in the way that she comes and goes, and has got some dimensions all the way throughout her skeletal cavity. And so I think one that just puts together squareness and muscularity, flexibility, and design, I think, extremely well. Young lady along the fence is the one that's going to be second, and I think very similar, maybe not as extended in its overall pattern, not as extended center portion of its body or out through his rump, but it's got some squareness, got some dimension in that gilt, got some muscularity. I think her advantage over the fun-colored gilt is that she's a little bit more comfortable in her skeleton. She uses her hip and hind leg just a little bit better. She's better in the way that she's made in her hocks, and so that's, to me, where the advantage comes. Probably the young man's sandy-colored gilt here is one that's got maybe just a notch more shape when you get right on the top side of his skeleton than the gilt right above it. But maybe he doesn't use its hip and hind leg quite as well, maybe not as comfortable in the way that it comes and goes as we find in the other two gilts that we have out here in the ring. Young lady's got a gilt that I like the front two-thirds of extremely well, a big chested gilt that's big-backed. It's got some shape of muscle. Need to redesign this one from its hock to the ground and make it more comfortable in the way that it comes and goes. And then we'd use that gilt up just a notch or two because I think that one's got some mass and power and some dimension. Same for the young lady's belted gilt, one that if we could change that one out of its hip and on its hind leg, we'd get a little bit more excited about that one. Wants to round out of its hip and maybe get underneath itself just a little bit there from behind. Young man's got a gilt that I like the side build of extremely well. One that's very attractive and balanced and got a good look from the side. It's in its proportions that we get in trouble. That one's not bold enough. She doesn't have enough muscle, enough dimension to make her work her way up. Young man's got a gilt that, again, if we change this one out of its hip and on its hind leg, one that we just need to redesign the way that one's constructed, but certainly one that's got some muscularity and got some width. Let's give our young exhibitors here a nice round of applause. Lightweight gilts.
In this class of underweight market gilts, first place goes to Elise Knapp of Akron Westfield FFA, and second place goes to Delaney Walrod of Johnson Juniors. Receiving blue ribbons include Delaney Walrod, Caleb Korselman, Jack Kesnick, and Lillian Kesnick. The champion trophy for this class is sponsored by GHB Consulting, and the reserve trophy is sponsored by Pitts Trucking. Our next class entering into the ring is the market gilt class, weighing between 235 and 305. In this class, we have Braden Bruscher of Grant Clever Clovers, Mr. Denowden of Johnson Juniors, Matthew Kolbaum of MMCRU FFA, Alex Peters, Stanton Lucky Clovers, Ethan Peters, also of Stanton Lucky Clovers, and Beatlesbacher of Grant Little Giants.
This will be first call for our underweight class of market barrows. First call for our underweight class of market barrows.
A couple reminders. If you would like to sign up for the ribbon auction exhibitors, it is located just inside the beef barn. There is also a backdrop just inside the beef barn where you can take champion photos or any kind of photos by Pat Lehner, and that is sponsored by Plymouth County Farm Bureau. Our program is posted in the display box on the south end of the arena. You can go ahead and take a picture of that program so you have it on your phone.
Class, please start making your way to the ring.
Really an excellent set of market gilts. I think the young man's gilt's a logical place to start. That's the power gilt of the drive, one that's got a big top and a big rump, and one that's opened up in her ribs, got shape in her body, got a big, thick kind of a stifle. When they get into the rear third of her body, one that is really dimensional in the way that she's made. She's square and wide. She's got just a lot of power when you get into the rear third of her body as well. Put her in motion. She's certainly one that handles her skeleton correctly and gets out and moves well. She's not extended in the fore region of her body. She's a little plainer faced and just a little thicker headed. And you change that about her if you were gonna make her just closer to ideal. And that's where the blue gilt's probably got an advantage. One that's just a little bit more attractive when you study her from the side. Every bit is mobile. Every bit is square coming right at you, as we find in our class. Where this blue gilt's really opened up in her chest lower, and she's got a big cage coming right at you. Where she runs out of gas is when you get on the top side of her skeleton. That one doesn't have as much dimension, certainly not as dimensional when you get into the rear third of her body as we find in our class winner. And so that's the gives and takes inside that pair. I use the one with just a lot more power in her to go ahead and win the class. We get into a couple gilts here that I could get really excited about if we could redesign their hind legs. They just don't use their hip and hind leg quite like we'd like them to. But you talk about hugs that got mass and width and muscularity. They're square and they're wide, and they got just lots and lots of power all the way throughout. But they want to get their legs outside of their skeleton. They don't use them the way that we'd like them to. And that's where we get kind of hooked up. If we're going to say that we need to mass produce those or have lots of them represented, they just need to be a lot more correct in their skeleton if we're going to go ahead and use them up to win the drive. But square and wide and stout and muscular, I like that about him. Get into a bluegill here that probably, honestly, if I would probably have showed her as a breeding gilt. That's a really good design gilt that's level and square and correct. Her shoulder and hip match really well, and she's a gilt that's got some depth of rib and some depth of flank. Get in this one's build, and she's not near powerful enough to run with what we got on the front side of that class, but a good design one that's built good from the side. Let me end with a gilt that's certainly deep and long, and a nice round of applause.
Just a couple quick announcements. If there is food on a stick, I will find it at a festival. Nutty Bar stand is open, by the way. The Boy Scouts are over there. They've got nutty bars, tacos in a bag, Gatorade, bottled water. They'll be here today through Saturday, 10 to 5:30 or 6-ish. We do have the pizza, the Godfather's Pizza over there, and then the pork producers also. That's a few opportunities for you. We also want to make sure all the showmen and the showwomen come in right in here in the beef barn, the beef section. The kids consign a bench that the wood carvers did for us, and that is being auctioned off on Brock Auction Company. So make sure you go and do some bidding on that. That's where the belt buckles are. The quilt is. Jerry Dreckman did a quilt. And when you see the Kellens, make sure you thank them. They donated all the wood for the wood carvers to carve, so make sure the Kellens get a nice thank you for that. I think that's about, is that it, Brad? I think that's it. Yeah, go get a Nutty Bar. They're delightful. Thank you, sir. Is it pork chop in a glove? Are you serious? Okay, I got to go find out. I'll be back.
In our last class of market gilts weighing between 235 and 305 pounds, first place is Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants, and second place is Addison Denowden of Johnson Juniors. Our next class is the market barrow underweight class.
First call for our market barrow class weighing between 250 and 270 pounds. First call for our market barrows weighing between 250 and 270 pounds.
Entering into this class of underweight market barrows is Jonathan Sanchez of Lincoln Toppers, Kyle Welch of Akron Westfield FFA, Delaney Walrod of Johnson Juniors, and Oliver Kesnick of Lincoln Toppers. Second call for the market barrows weighing between 250 and 270 pounds. Second call for market barrows weighing between 250 and 270 pounds.
Get into our market barrels. I think really a logical place to start in the young ladies barrel here to my right, and they're all underweight, but I think if you study this one's build and design, that's the one that's level, square, correct, uses his skeleton correctly. Get into him, and he's muscular down his top. He's big out of his rump. He's proportional. Everything kind of fits together. For his size, that one's got a big rump, and he's got a big top. He balances well. Young lady gets the stick on him and gets his head up. He kind of comes together and kind of puts all of his pieces and parts together, I think, in a really good kind of fashion. He's better out of his hip and on his hind leg than the barrel that comes in second. The young lady's fun-colored barrel comes second. One that I guess I like, again, the levelness, the squareness of that one really well. I like the squareness coming right at you, his openness of chest, his bigness of rib, and his shape up over his top. We changed that one ever so slightly out of his hip and on his hind leg. He wants to be a little shorter strided from behind and probably gets a little more choppy in the way that he's made right there. I think relative to the barrel that comes in 3, this one's got more body density. He's square coming right at you. He's deeper in his rib. He's more open in the center portion of his body. He's leveler out of his hip and on his hind leg. Young man's black barrel, again, one that's presented, I think, very, very well. Young man gets his head up and's got a good kind of a ring presence. Certainly one that's got some muscularity when you get into him and study him out through his rump and on his rear leg. You'd probably change this one right in the center portion of his body, strengthen him right behind his shoulder, offer him just a little bit more rib shape and a little bit just more center body. And that's where the 2 barrels above him certainly had the advantage. Young man's barrel comes next is one that we changed right there out of his hip and on his hind leg. That one's got some density and got some body to him, but maybe not as good from a skeleton standpoint. Young man's belted barrel comes out next, one that's big framed and long bodied, but doesn't have the mass and dimension we had in the barrels above him. He's a little more tubular in the way that he's made in the center portion of his body. As he gets away from you, one that dries up just a little bit when you get right in behind him. We end with a barrel that's probably not quite good enough on his hind leg, one that's a little bit more moderate in his build and maybe just a little bit more advanced in his condition for his particular size. One that as you study him coming right at you, he's probably the least genuine at the ground of those barrels. That one's got some body and some depth of rib and some center in him, and I like that about him. We just need to change his physical build just a little bit. Really a nice set of barrels. Let's give him a nice hand.
In that class of market barrows underweight, our first place goes to Jonathan Sanchez of Lincoln Toppers, and second place goes to Delaney Walrod of Johnson Juniors. Our next class is the market barrow class, weighing between 250 and 270. Coming into the class are Cale Pearson of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Reagan Peters of MMCRU FFA, Kylie Allen of Classy Clovers, Caleb Korselman of Lamar's FFA, Elise Knapp of Akron Westfield FFA, Oliver Kesnick of Lincoln Toppers, Braden Bruscher of Grant Clever Clovers, and Brady Allen of Classy Clovers.
First call for market barrows weighing between 275 and 325. First call for market barrows weighing between 275 and 325. Second call for market barrows weighing between 275 and 325. Second call for market barrows weighing between 275 and 325.
Really another excellent set of market hogs. I think for me a very logical place to start in the young man's barrel here close to me. I think that's the truly good skeleton square built one that's big topped and big ended. He gets out and he handles the ring extremely well. As you study his side look, he balances, I think, extremely well. He's proportionate. He comes at you wide. He's big over his back. He's big out of his rump. Set him in motion and he uses his feet and legs the way he's supposed to. The muscle doesn't hinder his ability to get out and move. He's got a good shape in through his forerib. Really good built from the side. I think just does things extremely well. He's cleaner through the lower portion of his cavity. He's a little bit more comfortable out of his hip and his hind leg than the young man's barrel that comes in second. I like the front 2/3 of this barrel really well. When we get right there to his sheath and their back, I want to clean him up in that portion of his body. But that is a stout, burly one. You let that one come right at you. He is body cavity. but that one is got lots and lots of power, got lots and lots of look when you get off the side of him as well. His advantage over the barrel that comes in 3 just comes in muscle. And I told the young lady, and to her advantage, I knew what she knew what was coming. I said, you got into a muscle game and got kind of outrun here. This one maybe just, again, front 2/3 I like extremely well. Powerful chested, big rib, got a big back and got lots of muscle. Get into the rear third of this one, body comes shorter hipped. That impedes his ability to get out and reach off his hind two. And then when you study his rump and the way he's made, he doesn't have the extras that the other two that we had right on the front side of him have. But that's a square-built, tall-shouldered one that's got a neat look in the front 2/3 of his body. We just need to rebuild the rear third of him to make him more competitive with the front two. Get into a barrel that as you just step back and you kind of look at him, he's one that you start, you think there's a long-bodied barrel that's extended, that's got a big kind of a rump. And then you start studying him and look him up, kind of study him right there at the top of his blade, and you look up into the foreregion of his body. Time is wearing on this one, and you see his chine come up out of the top of his shoulder, and he gets a little plainer in his head, and he's a little more mature in the way that he's made. He's flexible, he's sound, he's got a big, thick rump, and I like that about him. Certainly very muscular, but again, just time's kind of showing his age, and that gets him hooked up. Hind leg is going to get the next two in trouble. This one wants to roll his hocks out just a little bit. If you study that one and watch him go away from you, his hock from time to time wants to get wider outside of his body than what he is at the top side of his skeleton, and so we just need to pull them in and square him up from behind. That one's monster chested and big backs, got lots of rib and muscle, and I like that about him. He's certainly very, got lots of product when you get right in behind him, and one that's going to harvest, I think, extremely well. He's just not comfortable right there in his hind too. Young lady did a great job of hiding this one and get him drove for quite a while, and then I forced her, and she said, and I asked her, I caught you, didn't I? And she said, yep. You study this one's front 2/3 and you can fall in love really fast. Tall shouldered, great out through his front end, really got a big chest and big back, and I like that about him. Certainly one that when you get into him and don't make him move, he's one that you can fall in love with. Put him in motion, and we need that right leg to do a lot of different things if we're going to go ahead and use that one to win the class. She did a great job of hiding it. It eventually came to the forefront. Young man came to us a little later, and we're going to slide him in where he needed to be. That's a stout-footed one that's burly chested and big-backed and got lots of muscle from behind. We need to strengthen this one's pasterns to make him more comfortable in the way that he comes and goes. You can see that causes him to be a little rigid, but that one's got carcass value. He's going to harvest extremely well. He's big out of his hip. He's got a lot of muscle. He uses his hind leg well. We just need to strengthen him in his pasterns. Young man's got one that, again, has some harvest value inside of that one. He's bold when you get in behind him. He's got some dimension right there out through his stifle. He's not as good right at his knee. He's not as good at his hock. He doesn't come at you quite as bold, doesn't leave you quite as bold as we had in those barrels on the front side, but certainly one that you like. Again, he's got some shape when you get on him, and he's going to harvest well. Really a fast-growing appearing barrel here, a big frame, long-bodied one that's got some length and extension, and one that's looks like he's grown very well for the young man. Again, if you're ringside, you can see probably one that just doesn't have the extras that we had in those hogs on the front side of the class. Good set of pigs. Let's give our young exhibitors a great big round of applause.
In the class of market barrows weighing between 250 and 270, first place goes to Brady Allen of Classy Clovers, and second place goes to Reagan Peters of MMCRU FFA. Our next class is the market barrow class weighing between 275 and 325. In this class, we have Matthew Kolbaum of MMCRU FFA, Dustin Plendle of Kingsley Pearson FFA, Addison Denowden of Johnson Juniors, Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants, Brooks Beetlesbacher of Grant Little Giants, Ethan Peters of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Braylon Denowden, Mason Peters of Union Vikings, and Alex Peters of Stanton Lucky Clovers.
Next, we're going to go ahead and select our champion market barrow. So if you had a class winner from any of the before classes besides the underweight one, Go ahead and bring those class winners back up to the ring.
One quick announcement that you guys have probably all been waiting for. Candace Nash did inform me that the pork producers do have pork chop in a glove, and they also have loin sandwiches, so go get them.
Again, if you had a class winner from our Market Barrow divisions, please go ahead and start making your way back to the ring for our champion Market Barrow drive.
really, we had a lot of great classes, but we dropped into a really, really strong class of barrows here as we get here towards the end of the drive. And I think we get into the front side of these, and they're really, really good. And young lady's barrow, I think, is the combination barrow of the drive. That's a square level one that's good from a build and design standpoint. You ask this one to come right at you, and he's stout and bold. You ask him to leave you. He's every bit as wide. When you get in behind him and you get over top of him, he certainly shapes extremely well, and he's got rib and body, yet he has a great presence. That's a tall-shouldered one that's long spine and level and square and correct. Where's his advantage over the blue ones? He's more extended in the foreregion of his body. He's certainly more extended out through his rump, and certainly one that just, at every facet, just a little bit more extended all the way throughout. Blue, when you get into the center of that one's probably just got a little bit more depth in through his flank and in through his rib, and he's a little more open in that portion of his body cavity than maybe our class winner is, and that's what I really liked about that one. The density that one's got in the center of his body is, I think, extremely good. He's one that's really opened and got a great shape to his rib and barrel. He's one that's really just got a lot of just three-dimensional shape and body, and one that's powerful when you get in the rear third of his body. Not as stout in his features we find in our class winner. Certainly doesn't have that big forelimb, that big foot. Certainly not as extended when you study him right out through the front region of his body. He's a little plainer headed and necked when you study him up in that portion of his body. Same for the young man's belted barrel here. He's a little plainer and shorter in through his face. He's a little quicker in the way he's made up into the front portion of his body. That's a powerful dude too. He's square-chested, he's big-top, he's big-ended, he's got a great rib and body inside of him. Certainly one that's comfortable, just like the top two in the way that he comes and goes. Gets a little bit more squished together. He's probably just a notch squishier in the way that he's made all the way throughout. But that one, again, is flexible. He's got rib and body and power. I like that about that one quite a bit. We get into one here that I thought when he kind of hit the ring, I thought, here's a good spot for us to tie into. That one's square. He's muscular. He's big-backed. He's big-ended. He's got a huge, huge rump when you get in behind him. And then you run into those on the front side of the class that kind of rolling in the class. I'm like, well, now you got to figure out kind of where he fits. That one's not as big-footed. He's certainly not as stout in his feature when you study his feet and his legs that we find in those pigs on the front side of his class. He, too, needs to be extended in the foreregion of his body. It gets what I call a little Roman out of the top of his head, and so it doesn't kind of come together quite as well as we find in those barrels on the front side. Front two-thirds of this one are maybe as good as you can make them as far as chest width, length, and extension in the front region of his body. That one's really good. And come out of the back side of his shoulder, and he shapes extremely well. He's got good turn right there along his loin edge. He gives you a nice look when you get off the side of him. Then you get in behind him and realize that the back side doesn't match the front. He just runs out of gas from behind. That barrel doesn't have as much three-dimensional shape when you get into his rump. He's not as big out of his rear end, and certainly one that if you could just offer him more product from behind, then balance and look and all those things come together, and he runs with that top pair of barrels here in the class. We get into a barrel here I like the rear third of this one really well. He's got a good hip and a hind leg, and he's flexible in the way that he goes. He gets a little plainer headed. He's a little lower set to the ground, doesn't balance quite as well. It's a little squishier footed, and he's a little shorter and plainer up in through his front end. But that's a barrel that's got a good rump, got a good hip and hind leg, and I like that about that barrel quite a bit. Get into a finer featured barrel that comes next, maybe not quite as big on his feet, not as stout in his bone work as we find in particularly the rear third of this one's body. Time wants to work on this one just a little bit. He's getting a little plainer along his loin edge. You see him starting to wrinkle in his top line a little bit. That's just age kind of working on that one, but one that's sound and flexible, one that's got some body and some dimension. I like that about it. Get into a couple different kind of hogs here. We're going to drop the next two out that are bigger skeleton, they're longer spine, they're more extended. They're just great big kind of extended hogs that I like that about them, but they don't have that outwardness of skeleton. They're not as bold in their rib and body. They're not as powerful when you get right into the center of their body, and so they just don't have that extra punch that we find on the barrels on the front side, but they're extended. They got a neat look, and I certainly like that about their ring presence is very, very good. Let's give our young exhibitors here a nice round of applause, a really good set of barrels.
In our class of market barrows weighing between 275 and 325, first place goes to Addison Denowden of Johnson Juniors. Second place goes to Dustin Plendel of Kingsley Pearson FFA. Receiving blues, Matthew Kolbaum, Jarrett Westhoff, Brooks Beetlesbacher, Ethan Peters, Braylon Denowden, Mason Peters, and Alex Peters. We are now going to move on to our champion market barrow drive.
Two excellent barrows, and if you're ringside, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate our finalists here in our market barrow division. Give them a nice round of applause. I think a lot of similarities from a design and build standpoint. There's one of them, again, as I talked about when I made our champion gilt. There's one of them that's just a notch stouter, footed and bolder, and stouter all the way throughout as far as hip and hind leg, and just being more powerful. I like the young ladies barrow that wins our second class to be our champion here in our crossbred division. Congratulations. We had in the blue from that second class, and I talked about that being a deep, strong class. When you get him back out here, he's the one that, as you compare the pair, he's just got a notch more punch. He's got more dimension when you get on top of him. Certainly one that's got more when you get right in behind him. He's more powerful coming right at you. I think it makes sense to keep that pair together. The blue barrel will be our reserve champion here at our crossbred division.
Our champion market barrow goes to Addison Denowden, and reserve champion market barrow goes to Dustin Plendel. We are now going to move on to our champion overall market animal drive.
This will go ahead and be our first call for junior showmanship. So any exhibitors that are in 4th through 6th grade, if you want to do showmanship, please go ahead and start making your way to the ring. Any exhibitors that are in 4th through 6th grade.
Exhibitors, if you are interested in signing up for the ribbon auction, that sign-up sheet is located just inside the beef barn. After showmanship, please meet with Candace to get a picture with the hog. Don't forget the pig. for the online auction. She should just be announcing.
Second call for junior showmanship. Any exhibitors in 4th through 6th grade that want to enter, please make your way to the ring. Second call for junior showmanship.
I forgot to mention our trophy sponsors for the Champion Market Barrow. Those sponsors include GHB Consulting, and then the Reserve Champion Trophy is sponsored by Pitts Trucking.
So as we get ready here, we're going to pick our champion here in our market division. First, I know we got some more shows to do today, but first, thanks for the opportunity to come west and work with your young people. It all looks a little different than it would have a year ago, I guess, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to do that. Young people if you're here in the ring or if you showed a pig today, I want you to lock eyes on whoever it is that helped you get it here. Right now, just lock eyes on them. Figure out who it is and get your eyes on whoever it is that helped you get it here. And I want you to, without saying it, but with your eyes, tell them thank you. Because it took a lot of fortitude for somebody clear back in March to say, or April, that we're going to have a fair and we're going to have a show. And we're going to go ahead and make this investment from a family standpoint. We're going to go ahead and put these pigs on feed because we have a feeling that as a family this is going to happen. So with your eyes, thank them. Thank them for having the fortitude to help you get to this point. Parents and people that, go ahead. Parents, do the same thing, or whoever it is that you're helping here in the ring, do the same thing with your eyes in reserve. Because it took fortitude on the part of these young people to get up every day, go outside and work with these things, not knowing that this was going to happen. So you give them, parents and those supporters, you give them a round of applause for their work because we didn't know this was going to happen. Give them a hand too. Certainly as a judge, it's a time when you just don't know what it's going to look like. You don't know how, you show up, you don't know how everything's going to be handled. You guys did a first-class job of handling how this should be done. Young people were able to get in out of here very well. Thank you to all the ring help. Let's give everybody here that's kind of helped put this on a great big round of applause for their work here today. Just it's an awesome opportunity to to do something close to normal for young people. You think about what's happened in the last year, just do something that's close to normal for them, and I thank you for the opportunity to be part of that. Go ahead and fire them back up, folks. That's my short speech. I'm not much of a speech giver. Really a good set of hugs that we've worked through here today. I think we get them back out here, and again, they're ones that have the right kind of build and design. They're ones that are flexible, and they get out and they use the ring. They use their skeleton the way they're supposed to. There's one of them that's probably got just a notch from an extra standpoint. He's a little stouter footed. He's a little burlier when you study him, coming right at you. He's one that leaves you. Certainly got a tremendous amount of muscle and shape. I like the young ladies barrow that wins our crossbred division to be our champion out here today.
Grand champion overall market hog goes to Addison Denowden.
Certainly, we had in the blue one, we had in that division, and we talked about the similarities that those had, and the way that this one's built from the side is so good, and one that's tremendous in his center body and his dimension, and one that's flexible in the way that he comes and goes. Maybe it wasn't quite as stout featured and wasn't as extended in the front portion of his body as we find in our champion, but I think his build, his design, his squareness, his muscularity, it only makes logical sense. The blue one will be our reserve champion out here today. We're going to follow the division for champion and reserve.
And our reserve champion overall market hog goes to Dustin Plendel. Those trophies were sponsored by Plymouth County Pork Producers and Gangler Feed. Next up, we will do junior showmanship, students that are in grades 4 through 6. I'd also like to announce first call for any intermediate showmen. Those are individuals in grades 7 through 9. So first call for intermediate showmanship. Exhibitors, please don't forget to sign up for the ribbon auction just inside the beef barn. Sign up with Candace. Also, she will take your picture for the online auction. Again, we do not have programs printed. However, the program is available in the display box on the south side of the arena. If the exhibitors need their pictures of their pigs taken at the pen, Candace is more than willing to come to your pen to have the picture of your pig taken. So please just let her know if that's the case. There is a hand-carved wooden bench located just inside the beef barn next to Candace, and we'd love to have all the exhibitors sign that bench. So when you have a minute or two, please go see Candace and sign that bench. It is, again, located just inside the beef barn. We will be auctioning off that bench later this week.
second call for any exhibitors interested in intermediate showmanship, grades 7 through 9. Second call.
Again, I'd ask if you're ringside, let's put our hands together. Let's give our young exhibitors here a great big round of applause for their work out here today. The showmanship thing's tough, and it's gotten tougher over the years, and it's gotten to a level. If you're not putting in some time at home, and I mean serious time every day, walking them and getting a relationship built with a pig, it's going to be very hard for you to get on the front side of this thing ever anymore, because this is about a relationship between you and that pig. And you've got to have gone through some arguments at home. You've got to have gone through some trying times, and you've got to have worked with that pig enough that you get to a point where you and he or she just have an understanding when you get here to the ring. And when they get that way, then you can drive them anywhere you want to. You two have a loving relationship that you can get along with, I think, extremely well. And it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of. And you can see these three have gotten to that point. One of them's got a pig that's just plumb gave up on her. But if you've watched this one, if you watch this young lady's show today, you know that that's what's happened. The pig has given up on her, and that happens, right? We've shown that one quite a bit, and so this is not going to be her opportunity to win junior showmanship, but I'm guessing that someday is coming very soon for her to do that. I think if you study the other two that remain out here in the ring, there's one of them that if you've watched through the day, just very comfortable in the skin, just gets out here and does a great job, gets that hog in all the spots, has a very good comfort level with that pig, is able to do it wherever, put that pig wherever we want it to, and has the, has himself in the, I've given it away, has himself in the right spots, puts himself right on that hip, and has got the kind of the whip where it needs to be. Pig stops, he got it moving, keeps its head up, he's got things kind of moving in the right direction, keeps about 10 feet away from me. Young man does a great job. He's going to be our champion here in our junior division. My congratulations to him. Young lady here does a good job as well. At times maybe wants to get away and maybe use her hand just a little more, just like she did right there. Wants to get her hand on the top line of that pig, and so we want to maybe change that about her just a little bit. But again, comfortable, and you can see there's been some time put together with that project, and so here's our reserve champion. A very close third is the young lady down there on that end, and again, that's a really good show person that, again, pig just kind of wore out on her, and that's unfortunate because if you've watched the drive, you see one that does an extremely good job. Young people that were here in the pen, I slid you in just so you could kind of watch these three kind of work and how they handle the ring and how they do that. I want you to kind of take away from this thing what they did and kind of how they did that, how they kind of work with that pig, and they're able to put them wherever they want. Challenge you to kind of up your game at home coming into fair and be one of the three that remain here in the ring next year. Let's give all of our young people, again, another great big round of applause. My congratulations to each of them.
Champion Junior Showman goes to Jarrett Westhoff of Grant Little Giants. Reserve Champion Junior Showman goes to Braylon Denowden of Johnson Juniors. Those trophies are sponsored by Scott and Tammy Toms and Randy and Deb Croche. Next, we have our Intermediate Showman, grades 7 through 9.
Last call, any intermediate showmanship exhibitors, grades 7 through 9, you are now making your way into the ring. First call for our senior showmanship exhibitors, 10 through 12.
Again, exhibitors, please don't forget to have your pictures taken with Candace. Sign the bench located in the beef barn, and also don't forget to sign up for the ribbon auction in the beef barn if you would like.
Second call for any exhibitors going into senior showmanship, grades 10 through 12. Second call, senior showmanship. Please make your way to the ring. Last call for senior showmanship. Any exhibitors in grade 10 through 12, please go ahead and bring your animals to the ring. One last reminder, if you are wanting to be in the ribbon auction, go ahead and see Candace after this so that she can get your picture with your pig.
Again, I'd ask you here to put your hands together. Let's congratulate each of our exhibitors here in our intermediate showmanship division. I think a really good set of young people, lots of good things to talk about with them. But then I think as you kind of sort through their showmanship skills, you got to land on this pair of young people here in the ring. And I think as you kind of do that and kind of separate the two, I think the young man to my immediate right ends up to be our champion here in the intermediate division. I think if you study kind of the way he handles himself, the way he drives those pigs, every one of them he's had in the ring, just great comfort, great control, the ability to move that pig however he wanted. And the one thing that I wanted to point out specifically, if you notice that when I brought young people back out, when we penned them all up, I asked them their questions and I brought them back out, he went ahead and took his pig right over here and he shut it down. And that's a respect thing. That's allowing everybody else to have their time with me, come out, do their thing, and then when I got done letting everybody out, then he fired his pig back up again, and he took off and he got going. That's not interrupting me as I'm doing my time with everybody else. It's allowing me to have that time, and then once it got time to be evaluated again, he went ahead and got his pig going. He'll be our champion here in the intermediate division. Reserve is a young man here. Again, very comfortable, uses the ring very well. Obvious that he's put in a lot of time with the pig here. Maybe just not the extras that I had in our champion here, but two outstanding young people. Let's give them all a great big round of applause again as we head them back into the barn.
Our champion junior showman our champion intermediate showman goes to Brady Allen of Classy Clovers, and our reserve champion intermediate showman goes to Mason Peters of Union Vikings. Next, we will have our senior showman. Those are exhibitors in grades 10 through 12. Also, the intermediate showman trophies were sponsored by Steve and Tanya Rebenschneider and JB Swine, Jim, and Brad Harvey.
If you are not taking your pigs home after the show, please make sure that you make your way over to the truck so they can be loaded up for market. The truck is on the north end of the swine barn.
really just an excellent set of young people here in our senior division. Again, I'd ask you, go ahead and put your hands together. Let's congratulate them for their work out here in showmanship. Same thing as our junior division. We get out here to our top three, and we got one that young man's pig's kind of just giving up on him and wanting to work the rail and not want to cooperate with him. But if you've watched him kind of drive, you know why I've got him here in the top three. He's had those pigs presented extremely well and usually gets those pigs at the center of the ring. But that gilt has Plum decided she's had enough, and so she's not want to cooperate quite as well as the other two pigs the young ladies are driving. And I think this is really close between our two young ladies here in the ring. And I think if you studied both of them throughout the day, you'd see hogs that were presented well. You see hogs that were driven well and hogs that, again, commanded the ring and did a great job as far as using the ring to their advantage. They were able to get those hogs presented extremely well. As the drive went on, probably one of them's done her pig has cooperated just a little bit better, and she's been able to just maintain her center presence in the ring and been able to keep that hog moving. I like the young lady with the Duroc gilt. She'll be our champion here at our senior division. Take nothing away from a young lady with the belted barrel. She too does an awesome job. The barrel kind of drove just a little bit harder here in our championship drive, but you talk about presence and use of the ring and comfort level and just does an outstanding job. She too fits right in there. She's our reserve champion. My congratulations to all of our seniors out here today. Awesome job.
Our senior showman champion is Kylie Allen of Classy Clovers, and our reserve champion senior showman is Reagan Peters of Union Vikings. Let's go ahead and give a big round of applause to our judge today, Dan Lane. He did a wonderful job, so go ahead and give him a nice round of applause.
One more reminder, if you have a pig going on the market trailer, we need that pig over there as soon as possible. If you are not taking a pig home and they are going on the market trailer, please go ahead and get them loaded up as soon as possible. Thank you.
I'd also like to announce our 2020 4-H Hall of Fame for Plymouth County. That individual is Linda Beetlesbacher. So congratulations, Linda. Let's go ahead and give Linda a round of applause. And I also want to thank one more time the Swine Superintendents and Committee, as well as the Plymouth County Fair Board. Thank you guys for all of your help in setting up today, all of your support. Thanks again. Exhibitors, if you are participating in Adopt a Pig and you ordered an Adopt a Pig t-shirt, please come over here to the announcer stand and grab your t-shirts. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to go ahead and start our commercial segment of our pig show today for the 2020 Gold and Clover Classic. So this will be the first call for commercial gilts under 230 pounds. Emma Langle, go ahead and bring your gilt to the ring. First call for commercial gilts under 230 pounds.
A couple quick announcements this afternoon. We do not have programs printed. However, there are programs posted on the south side of the arena in that display box. So you are more than welcome to take a picture of that program. The program is also available on the 4-H app. Also, please try to social distance to the best of your ability this afternoon. We do have some hand sanitizer dispensers located around the beef barn.
Second call for commercial gilts under 230. Emma and Lucas, please make your way to the ring. Second call for commercial gilts under 230.
I would like to go ahead and introduce our judge for this afternoon. His name is Dan Lane, and he is from Elkader in northeast Iowa. Took him a long time to get here today, so we definitely appreciate that. He is an Iowa State University alum, and while at Iowa State, he participated in the national championship team and has judged at numerous fairs over the last several years. So let's go ahead and give a big round of applause to Dan Lane. So again, we are on our first class of commercial gilts under 230. And in the ring currently, we have Emma Langle of Grant Clever Clovers and Lucas Sheehan of Union Live Wires.
First call for Class 2 of commercial gilts weighing 240 to 265. First call for Class 2 of commercial gilts weighing 240 to 265. That would be 3 of Emma Langle's pigs, Jacinta Sargason, Mitchell Schnepp, Lucas Sheehan, Marcus Moaning, Cam Schrader, Carson Luch, Keaton Langle, and Mason Putz. Pitts.
As we get into our first class commercial gilts here, I think for me the logical place to start is the young ladies gilt. I think if you study that one, that's the leveler, square, more structurally correct gilt. She's stronger in her top. She's leveler out through a rump, but she's sets on her feet and legs just a little bit better. Certainly the grant to the young man's gilt is that one's got just a little bit more muscularity. Certainly when you get in behind it, it's got just a little more shape in through his hip and a little bit more dimension out there. But if you're ringside, you can see gilt wants to kind of come apart in her top line and maybe doesn't handle her feet and legs quite as well as we find in our class winner. And so to me, the logical place is to start with the young ladies gilt and then put the young man second. Let's give them a nice hand for their workout here this afternoon, sorry.
Last call for Class 2 of commercial gilts weighing 240 to 265 pounds. Last call for commercial gilts weighing 240 to 265 pounds. Please make your way to the ring. First call for Class 3 of commercial gilts weighing 270 to 300 pounds. First call for Class 3 of commercial gilts weighing 270 to 300 pounds.
The winner of Class 1 commercial gilts under 230 was Emma Langle of Grant Clever Clovers, and in second place, Lucas Sheehan of Union Live Wires. Our next class is class number 2 commercial gilts, 240 to 265. In this second class of commercial gilts, 240 to 265, we have Emma Langle of Grant Clever Clovers, Jacinta Sargason of Lamar's FFA, Emma Langle of Grant Clever Clovers, Mitchell Schnepp of Union Vikings, Marcus Moaning of Grant Clever Clovers, Camden Schrader of Union Vikings, Carson Luch of Union Live Wires, Keaton Langle of Grant Clever Clovers, and Madison Pitts of Grant Clever Clovers.
Second call for Class 3 of commercial gilts weighing 270 to 300 pounds. Second call for Class 3 of commercial gilts weighing 270 to 300 pounds. 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 300 Last call for Class 3 of commercial gilts weighing between 270 and 300 pounds. Please start making your way to the ring. Last call for Class 3 commercial gilts weighing between 270 and 300 pounds.
So we're into our second class. I think the gilt, for me, that puts together, again, some combination of things is a young man's gilt here. I think, wow, she is the stoutest featured gilt of the drive. She's got the biggest forelimb, got the biggest foot, and she's a gilt that's long and extended. You study her from the point of her shoulder forward, really extended in that portion of her body. She's got some depth of rib. She's got some depth of flank. If you're going to fix her, you'd strengthen her ever so slightly there in her top line, but I think a gilt that's stout and flexible, deep and wide, and got a big, stout forearm. Same for the young man's red gilt that comes out next, red spotted gilt. I thought of the drive, that's the stouter featured gilt that's got more rib and body and more dimension. I thought she more logically followed our class winner than some of the other gilts that we're visit about. Very feminine in the way she's made, got a good underline. I think just does a lot of things very nicely. Young man's got a gilt here that's probably the biggest muscle of the drive as far as just having just true dimension and shape and muscularity. Maybe not as coordinated out of her hip and on her hind leg, got a good underline. She's feminine, she's extended, she's long, she's got some depth of body, and she's got some flank. Get into a gilt here that's a little bigger in her scale and more extended in her side. I thought from a balance and pattern standpoint, this was the gilt that more closely followed our class winner, one that's long and extended and long out through a rump, and yet still has some width at chest and some dimension, and so I thought she logically came into the drive right there. We get into a bigger, even bigger scaled gilt here that's really tall when you talk about point of shoulder and length of side and extension. One that maybe if you're going to change her, you'd offer just a little bit more just mass and width all the way throughout. Same for the young lady's gilt. Really a big, long, extended kind of a female. One that's really got a nice underline and really feminine in the way that she's made. But again, you'd offer just a little bit more mass and width to if we're going to use her up. Get into a gilt here that I think probably has just a little more center body. When you study her right behind her shoulder, she's a little bit more opened up. She runs out of gas when you get right in behind her. Maybe it isn't quite as coordinated on her hind leg. Same for the blue gilt, very similar in the way she's constructed. One that's big and long and extended, maybe you'd change the way that she handles her hip and hind leg. The next gilt does that. She stretches and uses her hind leg a little bit better, but flatter in her blade, narrower in her chest, and doesn't have quite as much openness. Young man's gilt that comes next is, again, one that's big and extended that we just need to offer a shot more mass and power to. If we're going to talk about using her up in the drive, coordinate her just a little differently there on her hind too. Same for the young lady's gilt here is one that maybe we just change how she handles her hind leg just a little bit, offer just a little bit more ruggedness in the way she's constructed, but a gilt that's long and extended, and we like that about her. Let's give these young kids a really nice round of applause for their work out here this afternoon.
Exhibitors, please don't forget to pick up your ribbons as you exit the show ring. In our second class of commercial gilts between 240 and 265 pounds, first place goes to Camden Schrader of Union Vikings. Second place goes to Marcus Moaning of Grant Clever Clovers. Receiving blue ribbons include Emma Langle, Jacinta Sargensen, Mitchell Schnepp, Carson Luch, Keaton Langle, and Mason Pitts. Our next class is commercial gilts between 270 and 300 pounds.
First call for Class 4 commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds. First call for Class 4 commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds.
Commercial pig exhibitors, please don't forget to sign up for the ribbon auction. The sign-up sheet is with Candace, located in the beef barn. She will also take your picture, so don't forget to do that. There is also a hand-carved wooden bench just inside the beef barn right next to Candace. We'd like all the exhibitors to please sign that bench, and that bench will be auctioned off at the end of the week. A little more information about the ribbon premium auction. If you want to be in the ribbon premium auction with your commercial hog, make sure that you fill a card out with Candace. Then she will come to your pen and take your picture for the online auction. The online auction will be through Brock Auction Company at brockauctioncompany.com.
Second call for Class 4 commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds. Second call for Class 4 commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds. Last call for Class 4 commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds. Last call for Class 4 commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds.
Again, and for me, just like last class, I thought a pretty logical place for me to start in the young man's guild here. And I think if you study that one straight away, that again, like the class winner from the last time, that's the stoutest footed, squarest built one that's got the most dimension all the way throughout, yet is really level and square and correct in the way that she uses her feet and legs, and one that's pretty robust about her build. And so I thought, again, for me, a pretty logical place to start. Young man's guild complements her the best, and that one is, got some body shape and some dimension and some muscularity. Maybe not quite as level out through her rump and on her hind leg as we find in our class winner, but one that's similar from a mass, width, and build standpoint. You like the depth of rib, you like the flank, you like the structural correctness. Young man's gilt there in the middle is one that's young lady's gilt here to my left comes next, and one that's really deep in her rib, deep in her flank, and one that's got some just body shape and dimension. I thought relative to the top two, quite a bit more refined in her feature, doesn't have quite as big stout of bone work, and one that's maybe not quite as muscular when you get right in behind her, and so maybe doesn't have the power that we found in those pigs on the front side of that, and that's what gets us, that's what gets her kind of sorted out into third there. We got actually a pair of gilts that are going to drop out next that come. You can drop the next one out at the same time also. They're very similar. They're gilts that got depth of rib and body and muscularity. Both of them need to be laid back in their blades. Both of them need to be a little sounder when you study her out of their shoulder and front end. They're a little more what I would call vertical in their build, and that makes them rigid out of their front ends, and so they don't walk quite as easy. There's a shot more muscle in the one that we placed above, and so that's what separates that pair. Then we get into some bigger frame gilts. This gilt I thought probably had just a little bit more shape when you get right in behind her shoulder, more depth in through her heart and more openness in through her chest floor, and so that's why she elevated herself. Young lady's gilt's got one this is a deep-sided kind of a female. You study her flank and her full rib, and there's a lot of depth in this gilt. you study her at the ground and maybe not quite as wide as we'd ideally like to make her, and one that you'd change her ever so slightly on her hind legs. Same for the young man's gilt. Here's one that we just redesigned how her hind leg is, make her just a little bolder when you study her right at the ground. The red spotted gilt that comes next is a big long gilt that simply needs a shot of muscularity if we're going to get her up any higher. The blue gilt that comes next is, again, one that we like the frame size of quite a bit, but one that needs to be just a notch bolder all the way throughout. Same for the young lady's gilt that's going to get out of the gate here, one that you'd offer just a notch more natural width and spread to make it more competitive. Young man's gilt there that completes the class. Certainly a sound structured gilt. We just need to offer that one just more natural width and spread. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Another really good set of gilts.
In the commercial gilt class, weighing between 270 and 300 pounds, first place goes to Camden Schrader of Union Vikings. Second place goes to Mason Pitts of Grant Clever Clovers. Receiving blues, Jacinta Sargason of Lamar's FFA, Ethan Lee, also of Lamar's FFA, Cooper Luch of Union Live Wires, Ruby Thompson of Kingsley Patriots, Keaton Langle of Grant Clever Clovers, Isabella Tomlinson of Union Vikings, Owen Schrader of Union Vikings, Parker Luch of Union Live Wires, and Sydney Schrader of Union Vikings. Our next class is a class of commercial gilts weighing 300 to 330 pounds.
First call for Class 5, commercial gilts over 330 pounds. First call for Class 5, commercial gilts over 330 pounds.
Just another reminder for exhibitors, if you want to be in the ribbon premium auction with your commercial hog, please make sure that you fill out a card with Candace. She is located just inside the beef barn. She will also come to your pen and take a picture of you and your pig for the online auction. That online auction will be taking place at brockauctionco.com.
Second call for Class 5, commercial gilts over 330 pounds. Second call for Class 5 commercial gilts over 330 pounds. We also have with us today the Plymouth County Pork Queen and the Plymouth County Pork Princess. The Queen is Miss Kylie Allen. Give a wave. And the Princess is Miss Jacinta Sargason. So let's give them a round of applause. Last call for Class 5 commercial gilts over 330 pounds. Last call for Class 5 commercial gilts over 330 pounds.
I think there's a pair of gilts here on the front side of the class that kind of, again, sort themselves up. And then there's a lot of ways you could have sorted the rest of those gilts. And I wouldn't argue with you a bunch, but I think these two got to kind of surface to the front end. I think the one that wins is the one that combines correctness of structure with depth, length and extension, along with femininity, and in a gilt that's got some natural width and some dimension, and got a big forelimb, and yet she's level and square and correct. The stoutest featured gilt is the young ladies gilt here in 2. That's the biggest footed, most durable gilt of the drive. She's the longest spine. She's the most extended. And she's got the most length to her rump and extension. She's flat in her muscle pattern and very feminine in the way that her muscle pattern lays into her. She's maybe not as coordinated right there out of her hind leg as we find in our class winner, and so that's kind of the give and take inside of that pair, but I thought that's the pair that needed to sort their way to the top. The young lady's got a gilt that is, again, deep and bold in the way that she's constructed. Need to stouten this one up quite a bit if we're gonna get her up over the top 2. She just doesn't have the same kind of skeletal mass that we find in that top pair. Young lady's got a gilt that comes out next, kind of a bigger framed gilt, really long and extended, kind of wants to get out of her hip and hind leg not quite as well as we'd like, wants to get a little disconnected up in behind her shoulder, and then maybe is not as good right there out through her rump. Same for the blue gilt that comes next. Want to fix that one out of her rump just ever so slightly. I'd make her just a notch bolder and wider when you get studying her right out in through that portion of her body. She maybe just doesn't maintain what you find in the center portion of her body as far as her skeletal mass and width. Big frame gilt drops out next. One that's a little more robotic in the way that she moves. She's a little more rigid out of both ends of her skeleton, and you change that about her. Same for the young man's gilt that comes out next, one that you change her hip and hind leg just a little bit in the way she's constructed. That one's got muscle. I like the shape of muscle that she's got in her top. She just doesn't handle it from a feet and leg standpoint quite as well as we'd like. Probably a gilt that from a levelness standpoint is the one that I like the best as far as levelness over her top line relative to those that we used right above her, but not quite as much muscle inside this one, certainly not as stout or durable when you talk about her skeletal build, and so that gets her hooked up here. Then we end with a couple gilts that maybe we change just a little bit from a skeletal correctness standpoint and also from a mass and width standpoint. Let's give our young people a nice round of applause for their work here this afternoon.
Avery Schrader received first and second place in that class of commercial gilts weighing between 300 and 330 pounds. Our next class is the class of commercial gilts over 330. At this time, I'd like to give a big thank you to those that are working this show today and making it possible. First off, I'd like to thank the Swine Committee made up of Superintendent Joe Rada, with his assistants Brad Harvey, Scott Firehelm, Joe Kesnick, Brady Marinow, Derek Tenaple, Clint Kesnick, Ben Johnson, Andy Schrader, and Jim Hitchler. Also, a big thank you to the Plymouth County Fair Board for getting the shows ready today and making this all possible. So let's give them all a big round of applause.
First call for our commercial barrows weighing under 240 pounds. First call for commercial barrows weighing under 240 pounds.
Just one gilt here in our biggest division of gilts. So really a big frame gilt, a long-bodied gilt. She's got some depth in her rib and depth in her flank, and certainly one that looks like she's grown and performed well. A gilt, maybe if you're going to change her to make her ideal, you change kind of how she handles her hip and hind leg and loosen her just a little bit there out of her shoulder, but certainly got to appreciate the growth, the depth, and the dimension that this gilt's got. Let's give our young man here a nice round of applause.
The winner of the commercial gilt class over 330 pounds is Owen Schrader of Union Vikings. Our next class is a class of commercial barrows under 240 pounds. Entering into the ring is Kenzie Nihas of Grant Clever Clovers and Marcus Moning, also of Grant Clever Clovers.
First call for commercial barrows weighing between 240 and 275 pounds. First call for commercial barrows weighing between 240 and 275 pounds.
Just two barrows here in our first class, both underweight as far as the show is concerned. And I think you can probably see why. I mean, the predominantly dark red barrow's got a blown flank, and so that means at some point his immune system was challenged, and so that back in his body there, that lymph node was blown, and so that caused the fat to accumulate in that part of his body, and so that kind of got that going back in that part of his body, and so that kind of shows itself. Young man's got a a red-belted bear here that's kind of limping on one leg, and so it kind of gives us some idea why they may have been that way. I like the predominantly dark red bear to win the class. I think of the two, that's the heavier muscled one that's a little bolder in his stifle and a little bit sounder in his overall build, and so I think a pretty logical place to start. Young man's red-belted one will be second, a little bigger framed and longer, and I like that about him, but maybe just not quite as much muscle inside of him, certainly not quite as bold as we find in our class winner. Let's give those two young people a nice round of applause for their work here.
First in the class of commercial barrows under 240 pounds is Kenzie Nihas of Grant Clever Clovers. Second in the class is Marcus Moning, also of Grant Clever Clovers. Our next class is of commercial barrows weighing between 240 and 275 pounds.
Again, if you are in commercial barrows weighing between 240 to 275 pounds, your class is up, so please make your way to the ring. And then we'll go ahead and do a first call for commercial barrows weighing between 280 to 290 pounds.
Our trophy sponsors for the commercial pigs this afternoon include Dean and Linda Schrader, Circle 4 Farms, Union Vikings 4-H, and Dennis Baldwin. Again, our current class entering into the ring is commercial barrows weighing between 240 and 275 pounds. In this class, we have Mick Schnepp, Kenzie Nihas, Mitchell Schnepp, Lucas Sheehan, Max Schnepp, Camden Schrader, Gracie Schrader, and Kala Langle. Another reminder, exhibitors, if you want to be in the ribbon premium auction with your commercial hog, please make sure that you fill out a card with Candace. She is just inside the beef barn. She will come to your pen and take a picture of you and your pig, and that picture will be posted on the Brock Auction Co. website.
Second call for commercial barrows weighing between 280 and 290 pounds. Please start making your way to the ring. Commercial barrows weighing between 280 to 290 pounds. Last call for commercial barrows weighing between 280 to 290 pounds. Exhibitors, please go ahead and make your way to the ring for commercial barrows weighing between 280 to 290 pounds.
Young man's bear closest to me wins the drive. I think that's the one that combines design and width and extension and levelness and muscularity to the highest degree. Strongest down his top, levelest in his rump. You get into him, and he's certainly shapely over his top, and he's thick out of his rump, and yet he's got a depth of rib and flank. Looks like he's grown and performed well. And so I think, to me, just a good logical place to kind of start in. Then we get into a pair of barrows here that there's some give and take inside of we talk about a barrow here that's got some depth in his flank and some rib, and certainly one that's big and thick when you study him out of his stifle and in through his rump, and he's a barrow that when you get into his chest, he's got enough floor inside of him, he's got enough dimension, got enough build from the side. He's one that you like from that perspective. You'd lay him down in his chine, you'd make him just a little bit more comfortable in the way that he comes and goes to change him. Same for the young ladies. A barrow, one that you'd change ever so slightly in the way he comes and goes. Maybe he doesn't shape quite as well when you get right on top of him, and so, but a big, long, extended barrow that's got some width and got some dimension. Young man did a nice job of getting this one showed, and this maybe is one that's got the most turn when you get right on his 10th rib as any of the barrows as far as just natural shape and turn right there along his loin edge. Maybe not quite as coordinated in his build, and certainly one that's not as good at the ground and the way that he comes and goes, and so we'd maybe change that one's running gear a little bit, make him a notch bigger in his frame size. Showmanship matters. I'm just going to tell you that right now. This young man got this one quite a ways higher than he really probably should have been because he got him showed. He made him look level and square and correct, and then I got studying him, and that one really, truthfully, got maybe 2 or 3 places he shouldn't have got to because there's not just tremendous amount of muscle inside that barrow, and so he kind of got one by on me, and so sometimes as a judge you have to admit when a young man gets or a young person gets you, and he got me. And so that one probably should be a place or two down, but he got him just a little higher by showmanship. So the young man's bear that comes next is one that's got some muscle and got some dimension, but a little bit more uncoordinated and maybe doesn't handle his hind leg quite as good as we'd like, and certainly want to change him right behind his shoulder in the way that he's made, but one that's got some muscularity. I like that about him, got some dimension. I like that about him. Same thing there. We want to change the hind leg out of that barrow in the way that he comes and goes, but a big frame barrow that's long-bodied and looks like he's grown well. He just needs to be a little bit better when you talk about just his feet and legs and the way that he kind of handles himself. The young lady's barrow that comes next is a big, long-sided barrow that simply gives up the mass and dimension that we've got in some of the hogs above him, but the one that you like from a frame and length standpoint, I think really, really well. Young man's barrow that comes next. Again, one that's skeletally very extended but needs to be better out of both ends of his skeleton. Want to loosen him up on his feet and legs and give him just a shot more muscle. Same for the red belted one. One that's big and long and extended but needs to be wider and bolder all the way throughout. Let's give him a nice hand. Another really good set of barrows.
All right. In the class of commercial barrows weighing between 240 and 275 pounds, first place went to Camden Schrader of Union Vikings, and second place went to Gracie Schrader of Union Vikings. This next class is a class of commercial barrows weighing between 280 and 290 pounds. In this class, we have Kala Langle, Mason Pitts, Lucas Sheehan, Camden Schrader, Alex Schrader, Ruby Thompson, Carson Luch, Keaton Langle, and Cooper Luch.
First call for commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds. First call for commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds.
A couple reminders for those watching the show this afternoon. We do not have programs that are printed, but there is a program located in the display box on the south side of the arena. You are more than welcome to take a picture of it on your phone. Additionally, we ask that you please try to social distance the best that you possibly can. There is hand sanitizer located within the beef barn.
Second call for commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds. Second call for commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds. Last call for commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds.
I think a little bit more challenging to put together. The only logical thing for me to do is to start with the young ladies barrel here in the center of the ring. And if you study that one and you have the opportunity to get on top of him, you'll soon realize that is without question the biggest top barrel in the drive. He's the squarest when you study him behind his blade. He's the biggest when you study him right at the top of his rump and the way that he's made right into that portion of his body. That together from the side, I think a barrel that's certainly pleasing enough from the side. He's got some depth of rib, depth of flank, and so from a balance standpoint, I thought kind of put some things together pretty well. Young man's got a barrel that's big-ended and one that's big-topped, and I like that about him. Want to fix him up behind his shoulder. Certainly one that went from a skeleton standpoint. You want to just redesign and make him a little leveler and squarer and more correct in the way that he's made. Young lady's barrel that comes out next does that. He is a little stronger behind his shoulder and he's a little leveler in his makeup. But to do that, we give up so much muscle. That one's, of the three that we've talked about, probably got the least shape in his top and has the least muscularity. Super sound, deep, looks like he's grown and performed well, but simply just needs a shot of muscle to say that that one's got harvest value from a muscularity and just total product standpoint. Young man's got a barrel here that comes out next, again, from a side profile, one that I like pretty well. You get into that one's body cavity and one that probably just doesn't square up quite as well, doesn't have quite as much muscle when you get right in behind him. This is the one that I was going to tie to. Honestly, when he came to the ring, I thought that was the barrel to start the class, and the longer the drive goes on, the more lethargic he gets, and the more that his front end starts to come out from underneath him. He wants to just get over his shoulder and buck his knees and gets a little straighter out of his front end. But that's a stout-featured, long-bodied barrel that's got muscle and got dimension. He just needs to be a little bit more flexible in the way that he's constructed. He needs to have a little more reach and go to know that if we're going to mass duplicate thousands of them that look like him, to know that they'd have longevity and they'd be able to get up and down and work inside of a system. Young man's got a good design barrel here that's long and level, simply needs a shot of muscle to work his way up the drive, but certainly one that's loose in his side and deep in his side. Big Frank going to change kind of speeds here. Going to get into 3 or 4 of them here that are all bigger skeleton. They're longer spine. They're kind of bigger outline pigs that are tall and long and extended. And certainly if you're looking for that, certainly ones that do that very well. We simply need to make them more robust in the way that they're constructed. Same for the red roan one that comes next. They just need to offer that one more center and open him up in his chest. And then we end with a pair too that we'd make just a notch bolder and wider all the way throughout if we're going to go ahead again and use them a little higher in the drive. Really a good set of barrels. Let's give our young people a nice big round of applause.
You're good. In this class of commercial gilts, weighing between 270 and 300 pounds, first place goes to Camden Schrader of Union Vikings. Sorry. I apologize. All right. In this Previous class of commercial barrows weighing between 280 and 290 pounds. First place went to Ruby Thompson of Kingsley Patriots, and second place went to Cooper Luch of Union Live Wires. Our next class is a class of commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds.
This will be first call for commercial barrows weighing over 330 pounds. And then we're also going to go ahead and start our Grand Champion Commercial Barrow Drive. So if you had a class winner from any of the barrow classes, you're going to start with barrows, then we'll move on to gilts. So if you had a class winner or a second place for any of the barrow classes, please go ahead and start getting those pigs ready and bringing them back up to the ring.
Again, coming into the ring right now is the class of commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds. Exhibitors, just another reminder, if you would like to be in the ribbon premium auction with your commercial pig, please make sure that you see Candace, located in the beef barn. She'll have you fill out a green card, and then she will come to your pen and take a picture for the online auction. That online auction will be available on brockauctionco.com.
All right, since we have quite a few pigs out here, our judge, Dan, he is going to go ahead and sort out the elite ones, put them in the pins, and then we're going to go ahead and talk about the other lower of the class ones, and then go ahead and send them out of the ring. So we get a few less pigs out here. But these kids are working hard, so let's give them a round of applause while they're all out here. Second call for commercial barrows weighing over 330 pounds. Again, after that next class, we're going to go ahead and have our Grand Champion Commercial Barrow Drive. So if you had a class winner or runner-up from any of our commercial barrow classes from this morning, please go ahead and make your way back to the ring with those animals.
Another reminder for the exhibitors, there is a carving of a bench located next to Candace in the beef barn. We'd like you to sign that if you have not already. So when you have a free chance this afternoon, please make sure you sign that wooden bench. That wooden bench will be auctioned off later this week.
Okay, just kind of like State Fair, if you've ever been there, you kind of sort off the elite end, and then you kind of let the ones go that maybe don't make that in. Not that these young people haven't worked hard with their projects and been involved and done a lot of good things. Maybe just don't have that elite end that we had in those projects that we're going ahead and sorted into the pens. But let's give all these young people a nice, great big round of applause. We'll go ahead and head them back in the barn, and we'll get your top end sorted.
Exhibitors leaving the ring, please don't forget to stop and grab a ribbon on your way out.
Okay, for me, a very easy place to start in the young man's predominantly white-red spotted one here. I think you study that one level, square, correct. Of the group, that's the biggest ended one that's got the most shape and muscularity. He's the mare that designs the best from the side, meaning his shoulder and hip match very well, and you get into him and he's got a lot of body width and dimension. He's got a lot of muscularity. I think he just puts a lot of things together in one package. A bigger frame one comes out next, certainly one that's taller at the point of the shoulder and certainly one that's longer spine. Then our class winner, get past that, he's nowhere near as bold at the ground, doesn't have that outward shape to the lower portion of his rib, and he's a barrel. It's just a little flatter in his overall construction, but big and long, extended, he's sound, he's flexible. I like that about him. I think for me, again, a very logical barrow to come into for me. Young lady's barrow is similar in the way he's made, big, long kind of a barrow. Maybe not good right behind his shoulder as we find in our second place barrow. He's not as strong and connected right in that portion of his body. You get there about his 10th rib though, and that one opens up with a nice shape, and he's got some turn right along his loin edge and gives us the look of some muscularity. And so for me, he logically kind of follows the kind and type that we had here in 1 and 2, and he's the one that just logically kind of finds his way in 3. Certainly one that's big and long and extended. He's got a big rump and Again, shapely when you get about his 10th or so rib, but not as good behind his shoulder, not as good coming right out of the backside of his skeleton. Same way for the young man's barrow here, one that we change right behind his shoulder and give him just a shot more muscularity there, lay his chine bone into him and just open him up a little bit. Get out into the rear third of that one's body. He's got a big wide hip, certainly got a big stifle. Front 2/3 of this barrow are really good. He's level, he's square, he's correct. We just got to offer that one a shot more muscle when you get right in behind him. But good design, good build. He's opened up in his muscularity from his chest into the center portion of his body. Let's give him a nice round of applause, a good set of barrows.
In the class of commercial barrows weighing between 290 and 330 pounds, first place goes to Owen Schrader of Union Vikings. Second place goes to Grant Schrader of Union Vikings. Blue ribbons awarded to Isabella Tomlinson, Cooper Luch, Gracie Schrader, Parker Luch, Owen Schrader, Grant Schrader, Alex Schrader, Ruby Thompson, Carson Luch, Alex Schrader, and Grant Schrader. Our next class is a class of commercial barrows over 330. In the ring, we have Grant Schrader of Union Vikings.
Just one barrow in our class here, certainly one that looks like he's grown and performed exceptionally well. A deep body, deep flank kind of a barrow. Certainly big framed and long bodied. He's a barrow that's flexible enough in his skeleton. Looks like he's got up, got down, and done the things that he needs to do from a growth and performance standpoint. Let's give our young man here a nice round of applause for his work with this project.
First place in the class of commercial barrows weighing over 330 pounds, Grant Schrader of Union Vikings.
Now we're going to go ahead and move on to our Grand Champion Commercial Barrow final drive. So any exhibitors that had a class winner for our commercial barrows or placed second in class, please go ahead and make your way to the ring. Following our Grand Champion Commercial Barrow Drive, we will move on to selecting our Grand Champion Commercial Guild. So if you were a class winner from any of our commercial guild classes or placed second, please go ahead and start preparing your pigs and making the way to the show ring.
If you're ringside, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate each of our finalists here in our barrow division. Really good show and a great way to get young people involved, and I applaud your county for doing that. It's a great way to get young people exposure to the agriculture industry and get them out here and involved in the fair, and that's certainly something to be commended for. I think you get these three back out here again, sound, flexible hogs that got some width and some muscularity, got some evidence of growth and performance. I think just one of them is just a shot more powerful than the rest. He's bolder, he's wider, he's bigger top, he's bigger ended. He's just got more mass and dimension all the way throughout. A young man with the red spotted barrow is going to be our champion here in our division.
Grand champion barrow goes to Owen Schrader.
To get out here for reserve, a young man's white barrow that we talked about in the first class. Like the design of that barrow really well. He's a barrow that's level and square, and shoulder and hip match well. You'd lay him back in his shoulder, and certainly relative to the other two hogs out here, you'd give him more muscularity if you're going to go ahead and just grab a hold of him. Young lady's barrow that wins that middle class is one that I talked about, one that frame and length is good, and certainly one that's big over his top and's got lots of muscle. We'd offer him just a shot more dimension when we get right in behind him. If we were to say to go ahead and use him to win the drive, I think the one that comes second in that last class is the one that you talk about frame and length and extension and powerfulness and design and build. He is the one that most likely follows our champion, and I think he's the one that logically follows in and is going to be our reserve champion. Second in that class will be our reserve champion.
Our reserve champion barrow goes to Grant Schrader.
Now we're going to go ahead and move on to our commercial gilt grand champion drive. Again, if you had any gilts that were the class winners or second place in class, please go ahead and make your way to the ring now. We also have some nice buckets that were donated by Jeff Mice of Weifel Seed over by Candace. So go ahead and feel free to pick one of those up on your way out. There's quite a few of them over there.
Another reminder, please don't forget to sign up for the premium auction if you would like with your commercial hog. Again, you can sign up with Candace in the beef barn. She'll come to your pen and take a picture of you and your pig. And those pictures will be available on brockauctionco.com. And please don't forget to sign the wood-carved bench, also next to Candace in the beef barn.
Let's get our gilts back out here to name our champion. There's one of them that I guess I thought when I saw her in her class, I thought was really powerful in the way that she's constructed her design and her build, her flexibility and her muscularity. And I think getting back out here, she's the one that's got the most chest. She's the one that's got the biggest forelimb. She's the one that's long and level and square and correct. I like the young man's gilt closest to me, our champion.
Our champion commercial gilt goes to Cam Schrader.
Following the selection of our reserve champion commercial gilt and then our overall champion commercial hog, we are going to start out with junior showmanship. So if you are in grades 4 through 6, any exhibitors in grades 4 through 6 that showed a commercial pig and want to do showmanship, please start making your way to the ring.
We had in our second from that class, and a gilt that, again, you like the frame and length of, maybe not as good right out into a rump. It wants to get just a little steeper there out of a rump. I think the one that complements our champion is the most like her is a gilt that's, again, big and long and extended, but yet wide and bold, and it's got some muscularity and some dimension. I like the young lady's gilt that wins the last class to be our reserve champion out here today.
Our reserve grand champion commercial gilt goes to Avery Schrader. Next up, we're going to go into the overall commercial drive.
Again, following the selection of our grand champion commercial hog, we are going to go ahead and start out with junior showmanship. So if you are in grades 4 through 6 and you showed a commercial hog, please make your way to the ring. Following that, we will do intermediate showmanship and then senior showmanship.
Certainly an outstanding opportunity, again, to get young people in the ring and get them involved, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with them, get them back out here, and you kind of evaluate them. And it's not an apples-to-apples comparison. We're kind of comparing apples and oranges just a little bit, but I think if you study the pair of them and you say which one probably excels his contemporary group the best or her contemporary group the best, the one that does it for me as far as just levelness, squareness, mass, dimension, muscularity, I like the young man's barrow to be our champion. The market hog will be your champion here in our commercial division.
Our overall grand champion commercial hog goes to Owen Schrader.
Add in that second place barrel, and I'll go you frame and length and extension. Again, maybe not as good out there through his rump as we find in the other gilt that's out here, not as level and square and correct. And so to me, the logical thing to do is to follow with the gilt. She'll be our reserve champion out here today.
The reserve overall commercial hog goes to Camden Schrader. The Champion Commercial Hog Trophy is sponsored by Dean and Linda Schrader. The Reserve Champion Commercial Hog Trophy is sponsored by Circle 4 Farms, Inc., Rick and Stacy Schrader. We're moving into commercial showmanship, starting with the juniors next.
First call for intermediate showmanship, grades 7 through 9. If you showed a commercial hog and would like to participate in intermediate showmanship, please make your way to the ring. Second call for intermediate showmanship. Please make your way to the ring. Grades 7 through 9, intermediate showmanship.
Again, if you're ringside, I'd ask you to put your hands together. Let's congratulate each of our junior showmanship qualifiers here. Certainly one that, I get the opportunity to watch them as they show throughout the show, and so that helps me kind of make my decision here. We didn't have a great necessarily run here in our showmanship division, and so I got to kind of rely on what happened in the show. And if you think back to the show, there's one that was in here quite a bit and did a nice job each time, keeping the hog in front of me. Did a nice job of keeping the hog moving and just kind of keeping that hog presented really well. I like the young lady in the center of the ring to be our champion here in our junior division. Let's give them all one big round of applause out here today.
Congratulations, Ruby Thompson.
Next up into the ring, we have the intermediate showmanship for commercial pigs.
All right, following intermediate showmanship, we are going to go ahead and have our seniors come out. So any exhibitors in grades 10 through 12 that would like to participate in senior showmanship for the commercial section, please go ahead and start making your way to the ring.
The trophy sponsor for both the junior showmanship and intermediate showmanship trophies is Steve and Tanya Remenschneider.
Okay, just three here in the intermediate division. Again, if you've watched throughout the day, you've seen these young people show. I think they've kind of sorted themselves out for me, I guess. But I would ask you to do me a favor. Let's give these three exhibitors here a nice round of applause. To me, the one that throughout the day has done a nice job, or throughout this afternoon has done a nice job of controlling where that pig needed to be. He determines where that pig goes and how he drives him, like the young man in the light blue shirt to be our champion here in the intermediate division.
Our winner of the intermediate showmanship for commercial pigs is Mitchell Schnepp.
Following our senior showmanship, we will go ahead and start our Adopt-A-Pig show. So if you are in the first class of Adopt-A-Pig, gilts under 240 pounds, Please start preparing your pigs to bring them over to the show ring.
Again, just a small number, but again, lots of quality. Let's give our two exhibitors here a nice big round of applause. It's unfortunate that one of them is not going to win, but I think if you study the pair of them and again have watched them, I think both of them do a good job. I think the young man's probably got just a little bit more control. He's able to kind of put that pig in the spots that he needs to do, and so he'll be our champion here in our senior division. My congratulations to both those young exhibitors.
Our winner of the senior showmanship for commercial pigs is Camden Schrader, and that trophy is sponsored by Carter Auction Service. We will be moving into our Adopt-A-Pig program next. In the meantime, I'd like to once again thank the individuals that are making this show possible. So first off, let's go ahead and thank our judge. Dan Lane, again, hails from Northeast Iowa, so he definitely had a little trek to get out here today, and he has been here all day. So let's give Dan one more round of applause, please. I'd also like to again thank our swine committee, our superintendent, Joe Rada, assistants, Brad Harvey, Scott Firehelm, Joe Kesnick, Brady Marinow, Derek Tenaple, Clint Kesnick, Ben Johnson, Andy Schrader, and Jim Hitchler. Let's give them all another round of applause.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and start our Adopt-A-Pig section of our pig show today. So any exhibitors in our first class of gilts under 240 pounds, please go ahead and make your way to the show ring. Exhibitors in the first class of gilts under 240 pounds, please go ahead and make your way to the show ring. We're also going to go ahead and do first call for our second class of gilts 240 to 255 pounds.
In this class of Adopt-A-Pig gilts weighing under 240 pounds, we have William Harpenow of Union Vikings, Zoe Jeppesen of Union Vikings, Ava Clemmy of Classy Clovers, Jackson Kramer of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Aiden Langle of Union Vikings, and Alyssa Stiles of Classy Clovers.
second call for Adopt a Pig Class 2, gilts weighing between 240 to 255 pounds. Please start making your way to the show ring.
I think for me, a good place to start in the young man's gilt, I think the one that combines the design and build and levelness and squareness and correctness, I think to the highest degree, the most depth of rib, the most depth of flank, and one that balances pretty well when you get out the side. Level this one's rump just a little bit, and then we go ahead and start with her because I think she's got just a little bit more muscle when you on top of her, but her steepness of rump kind of puts her off in her hip and hind leg just a little bit, and that's what gets her in trouble here. Got a bigger frame gilt here that comes out next, but we need more robustness to its body. I guess it gets just a little bit flatter in its overall build. It's bigger and longer. It's leveler in the gilt that the young man's got. Coming next is a kind of a bolder bodied gilt that's got more rib and dimension, but one that's maybe, again, not quite as good from a skeletal makeup standpoint. Same for the young lady's gilt, one that you'd maybe just change her skeletal makeup ever so slightly. If we're going to go ahead and get her up in towards the top end of the class. You end with a gilt here that just simply needs more mass and dimension if we're going to go ahead and move her up in the drive. A really good set of females. Let's give our young exhibitors here a nice hand.
Congratulations to Jackson Kramer receiving first and William Harpnow for receiving second. Now entering in the ring, our second Adopt a Pig gilt class weighing between 240 and 255 pounds. This will be first call for our third Adopt a Gilt class weighing between 260 and 325 pounds. Please go ahead and start making your way to the show ring.
Coming into the ring right now for the Adopt a Pig gilt class weighing between 240 and 255 pounds, we have Kensley Kramer of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Morgan Lee of Classy Clovers, Jackson Albrecht of Grant Clever Clovers, Olivia Spenner of Union Vikings, Riley Spenner of Union Vikings, Allison Hofling of Lucky Liberty Lopers, Maisie Britt of Stanton Lucky Clovers, Ella Clemmy of Classy Clovers, Greta Tilburg of Classy Clovers, and Jenna Hofling of Lucky Liberty Lopers. Oh, and Lillian Harpenow. Exhibitors, please don't forget to sign the carved wooden bench located just inside the beef barn. That bench will be auctioned off later this week, so when you have a minute, please go and sign that bench.
Second call for our third Adopt a Pig gilt class. For gilts weighing between 260 to 325 pounds, please make your way to the show ring. Last call for Class 3 Adopt a Pig gilts weighing between 260 to 325 pounds.
Really quite a little bit more of a challenging class to kind of align, and a lot of give and take, and a lot of different things you can do. The only true thing that I know is the young lady's gilt that I'm starting with has been the most active, agile, the soundest moving, the levelest and the most correctly constructed gilt. And so, to me, she's earned that win, and so she'll be our class winner. Sound, flexible, gets out and moves well. The young lady in the dark green shirt has our class-winning gilt, and so that's the one that kind of puts the soundness, the flexibility, some length, some growth, and some performance all in one package. Honestly, the gilt that's closest to me now, right here to my left, when they hit the ring, was the one that I wanted to start the class with. That's a muscular gilt that's long and level and square in the way that she's built. The longer she goes, the tighter she gets out of her shoulder and front end. She doesn't want to stay quite as sound as we'd like her to, but I thought one that just from a design standpoint needed to find her way up to the top end of the class. From there on down, you can mix and match them things and place them kind of lots of different directions, and I wouldn't give you a lot of argument on why you did. I thought muscle separated them. I thought the young lady's gilt here is probably just a shot more muscular, a little bit more extended than the young lady's gilt that comes next. The predominantly white gilt's one that I like the side build of, but it's got some depth of rib, but certainly not as muscular, not as wide, not as bold. Get into a big frame gilt that it's a little steeper in her rump and not as good from a build standpoint. Same for the next two gilts. They're ones that maybe you just would change their hip and hind leg and the way that they're constructed. We get into a couple gilts that are big and long and extended, but need to have a shot more just natural mass and width. Same for the gilts that complete the class or just simply need more robustness to their skeleton. They need more center, body, and width to be more competitive with the gilts that we had on the front side of the class. Let's give them a nice round of applause, a good set of gilts to work through.
In our Adopt-A-Pig gilt class, weighing 240 to 255 pounds, first place goes to Jenna Hofling of Lucky Liberty Lopers, and second place goes to Maisie Britt of Stanton Lucky Clovers. Our next Adopt-A-Pig class is another gilt class, this time weighing between 260 and 325 pounds. Again, this Adopt-A-Pig class is a gilt class weighing between 260 and 325 pounds. In this class, we have Rebecca Detloff, Abigail Tilburg, Sarah Tilburg, Emma Brennan, Addison Kavarna, Ethan Lee, Afton Moran, and Megan Rinnan.
Following this class, we are going to go ahead and select our Grand Champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt. So if you were a class winner from any of our previous gilt classes or received second place, please make your way back to the show ring now. Again, if you had a class winner from either of our previous adopted gilt classes, please go ahead and make your way back to the ring.
Starting with, I think, the deepest, levelest, squarest, most correct gilt of the drive. She's strongest down her top, levelest out of her rump. She's a gilt that's got some depth of rib. I'm not going to tell you she's the heaviest muscle gilt because that would be a lie, but I think she, from a design standpoint, is the most correctly designed gilt in the drive, and so to me, the logical place to start. Young man's probably got the biggest muscled one in the drive. She's big and long, and certainly one that's got lots of dimension, but signals kind of a change. There are hugs that maybe are not quite as good from a skeletal build standpoint. Want to change that one's hip and hind leg and the way that she's constructed out in through her rump and the way that she's built right in that portion of her body, and so need to make that one just a little better from a skeletal build standpoint. Same for the young lady's gilt that comes next. One that you just fix a little bit skeletally about, but that one's got some length and some extension and some levelness. You just need to open that one up in her body and just give her a notch more muscle and width and body about her, but one that I like, I guess, from a length standpoint. Big framed red belted gilt comes out next, and one that you like, the extension of skeleton, but needs to be wider with more robustness to her body cavity. Young lady's gilt that comes next, again, is one that we'd make just a notch wider and bolder. Same for the young lady's gilt that's going to drop out of 8. When we get into 9 and 10, we've got two gilts that are maybe just a little bit more busted up in the way they're made as far as their top lines are concerned and the way they're made out of their hip and on their hind legs. So good set of gilts. Let's give our young exhibitors here a nice round of applause.
In the Adopt-A-Pig gilt class weighing 260 to 325 pounds, first place goes to Rebecca Detloff of Grant Clever Clovers. Second place goes to Ethan Lee of Classy Clovers. We're going to move into our Grand Champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt next.
First call for our Adopt-A-Pig barrows under 240 pounds. First call for Adopt-A-Pig barrows under 240 pounds.
Just two here in our final drive, but if you would, if you're ringside, let's give our young exhibitors here a great big round of applause for their work here. Two gilts that are sound and flexible in the way they're made. I think there's an advantage in one of them has got just a little bit more natural dimension and width all the way throughout. She's a little bolder at her chest floor. She's a little bigger when you get in right behind her. I like the young lady's gilt that wins the first class to be our champion here in our division. My mistake for those of you that are ringside, the first class gilt was too light, so she was not eligible. So I referenced the winner of the first class. She was the winner of the second class. Sorry about that. So we added in the gilt that wins the second class, or is second in the second class, and in one that, as I talked about, one that she hit the ring, I thought was one that we could work around because she's level and she's square and she's got muscularity, width, and body and dimension. She gets a little straighter out of her shoulder the longer the drive went, but she's getting a little more comfortable here now in the drive. And so to me, she's the logical gilt to follow up with. We'll like the second in that class to be our reserve champion out here today. Let's give them all another big round of applause.
Our grand champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt goes to Jenna Hofling, and our reserve champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt goes to Maisie Britt. The champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt trophy is sponsored by Union Vikings 4-H Club Shelly Peters, and the reserve champion Adopt-A-Pig gilt trophy is sponsored by Dennis Baldwin. Our next class is the Adopt-A-Pig Barrow class, weighing under 240 pounds.
First call for Adopt-A-Pig Barrows, weighing between 240 and 250 pounds.
Coming into this class of barrows weighing under 240 includes Aiden Langle of Union Vikings, Kensley Kramer of Stanton Lucky Clovers, and Lillian Harpenow of Union Vikings.
Second call for Adopt-A-Pig Barrows, weighing between 240 to 250 pounds.
Young lady in the darker green is going to win our class, and I think the one that, as you study that one, he, relative to the drive, is the biggest muscle, biggest ended one. Certainly one that gets out and handles the ring well as far as soundness is concerned. But most importantly, he's got the most shape, he's got the most dimension, he's got the most width. Young lady in the lighter green shirt comes second, and I think, again, same thing, second most muscle, second most width and dimension. So that's what gets that one into second. And then we end with the young man's barrel. Probably a little stronger behind his shoulder than the two barrels above him, but certainly nowhere near as muscular when you study him all the way throughout. And so from a carcass value standpoint, maybe doesn't bring quite as much to the table. Let's give those young exhibitors here a nice round of applause.
Our class of Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighing under 240 pounds. Our winner is Lillian Harpenow of Union Vikings. And in second place, Kensley Kramer of Stanton Lucky Clovers. Our next class of Adopt-A-Pigs is another barrow class, this one weighing between 240 and 250 pounds.
First call for Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighing between 250 to 330 pounds. First call for Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighing between 250 and 330 pounds.
In this class of Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighing between 240 and 250 pounds, we have Ethan Lee, Zoe Jeppesen, William Harpenow, Abigail Tilburg, Sarah Tilburg, Jackson Albrecht, Jackson Kramer, Alyssa Stiles, Olivia Spenner, and Riley Spenner.
Second call for Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighing between 250 and 330 pounds. Second call.
Exhibitors, just another reminder, don't forget to sign the carved wooden bench located inside of the beef barn. We will be auctioning off that bench later this week, so when you get a chance, please make sure you sign it.
Last call for Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighing between 250 and 330 pounds.
Really a challenging class. And for me, like I was telling the gals behind me, I said, probably one of the more challenging ones I've had to put together in quite some time. Why? Because they're all so similar. They're built a lot the same, and there's just a lot of similarities between the pigs. And so as a judge, your responsibility is to kind of sort the differences. Well, when they're all pretty much the same, it gets pretty tough to sort the differences. So then I had to kind of go through my mental checklist and go back and kind of resort and restart and start thinking about them. And then we talk about things like basics of frame size and length and extension and leanness. And when I got back to that, well, then the logical ones started to surface them out. So it took me a little longer, and I apologize for that. But I had to kind of go through a mental restart just to kind of get them all. When you do that, this is the one that needs to win. He's the skeletally extended, sound structured one that's lean over his blade. He's clean along his loin edge. I'm not going to tell you he's the heaviest muscled one. I wouldn't bet that I could probably land on which is the heaviest muscled one. I think they're all pretty similar in their muscle dimension. They're all pretty similar in the way that they're built from that perspective. I am going to say he's the biggest, longest, soundest, most correctly structured one of the drive. And so to me, he logically finds his way up into the front end. Same for the young man's bear that comes next. He's one that's big and extended. I think he's sound, he's flexible, he's lean along his loin edge, he's lean when you get out through his rump. He's clean and free of fat, and I think he's got enough muscle to get in there and hang with the class. And so I thought he logically was a place to go ahead and get up in to the top pair of those barrows here in our drive. You know, the young lady's barrel here is one that, again, one that's big and long and extended, and one that, again, I'm not going to tell you he's more muscular or less muscular than the two that were right above him. I'd like to square this one out of his rump, set him a little differently on his hind leg. He wants to get just a little underneath himself from behind, so skeletally, maybe not quite as good and sound from that perspective, but I think one that, again, frame size and length and leanness kind of gives us all the advantages that we're looking for to find our way on the front side of the class. We're going to get our way here into a few barrels that are maybe a little bit more moderate in their design and maybe got just a little bit more condition on them. Not quite yet. This barrel, again, similar to the ones above him, big and long and extended. Maybe not quite the muscle inside that one as we've had above him. I think it's this young lady's barrel that comes next. Gets a little bit more moderate, starts to carry just a little bit more condition. Doesn't have the extra frame size and length that we find. Same for the young lady's barrel that comes next. Just a little bit quicker and just a little bit more moderate. It's got a little bit more condition. So from a percentage standpoint, maybe not gonna percentage out quite as well as some of those barrels we had above him. The barrel that we end with is probably the finest in his feature. He's the frailest in his, or he comes next, I guess. He's the finest in his feature of those that we've talked about. Then we got a pair of barrels down there that simply don't have enough muscle. They're probably a little bit narrower into their stifle, and particularly as they get away from you, they run the narrowest of all the barrels in the drive. Good set of hogs. Let's give our young exhibitors here a nice round of applause.
In the Adopt-A-Pig barrow class, weighing 240 pounds to 250 pounds, first place goes to Jackson Albrecht of Grant Clever Clovers. Second place goes to William Harpenow of Union Vikings. Our next class of Adopt-A-Pig barrows weighs between 250 and 330 pounds.
Following this class, we will go ahead and move on to select our Grand Champion Adopt-A-Pig barrow. So if you had a first place or second place barrow from the previous two classes, please go ahead and start preparing your pigs to bring back to the show ring. After that Grand Champion Adopt-A-Pig barrow drive, we will move on to showmanship, and we are going to do juniors first, and then we will actually be doing intermediate and seniors together.
In this barrow class, weighing between 250 and 330, we have Morgan Lee, Ava Clemmy, Megan Brennan, Addison Kavarna, Emma Brennan, Greta Tilburg, Afton Moran, Jenna Hofling, Rebecca Detloff, Allison Hofling, and Ella Clemmy.
So I've sorted off the front side of this class, and we're going to go ahead and let these barrows here in the ring back. Talk to the young people about why we're letting them back and kind of give them an explanation. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they work their way back into the barn.
Again, following this class of barrows, we will go ahead and have our grand champion Adopt-A-Pig barrow selected, and then we will move on to showmanship. We are going to start with juniors, which is grade 4 through 6, and then we're actually going to combine intermediate and senior showmen. So grades 7 through 12 will be together.
Really a stout-featured barrow to start the class. He's really bold and stout and wide. He's got muscle. He's got dimension. I think just a logical place to start. Like the young lady's barrow over here to my left to be our second place barrow. Frame size, length. That one's got a good shape when you get right on top of him. It's not as bold when you get right into the rear third of his body as we find in the barrow that we started the class with, but I think one that's big and long and muscular when you get into him, and one that offers us some true harvest value. The barrow that stands along the fence comes next, and again, one that we talk about harvest value. He's got some there. He's got some shape along his loin edge. He's got some thickness out through his rump, and he's got some length and some levelness to his design, and so I think a logical place to come in 3. And then we end with the young lady's barrow here, one that again is loose and level in his skeleton. We'd offer this one just, again, a little bit more product relative to what we had to use on the front side of the class, just not quite as much muscle there. Good set of barrows. Let's give them a nice round of applause for their work.
In our Adopt-A-Pig barrow class, with pigs weighing between 250 and 330 pounds, first place goes to Addison Kavarna of Lucky Liberty Lopers, and second place is Emma Brennan of Classy Clovers. We're going to move into showmanship next. We're going to move into our champion barrow next.
First call for junior showmanship. First call for Adopt-A-Pig junior showmanship.
As we're evaluating these barrows, and I just went ahead and let them drop the seconds out right away to get a look at them relative to the drive. We think about the 2 barrows that are on the other end there. That's the ones we're contemplating. And I think if you think about just, again, squareness and mass and dimension and muscularity, and then one that's stout and bold, I like the barrow that wins the third class, to be our champion. I think that, and then that brings in contention the young lady here to my left, and along with the barrow that wins the second class, as you evaluate those 2 again, there's one of them is just a notch stouter and wider and bolder. It's got more dimension. Going to keep the barrows from the second class together, and we're going to use them to be champion and reserve here in our adopted barrow division. My congratulations to both those young people. Let's give them a great big round of applause for their work out here.
Grand champion barrow for the Adopt-A-Pigs is Addison Kavarna, and reserve champion Adopt-A-Pig barrow is Emma Brennan. The champion Adopt-A-Pig barrow trophy is sponsored by Dennis Baldwin, and the reserve champion Adopt-A-Pig barrow trophy is also sponsored by Dennis Baldwin. All right, we are moving into showmanship next, and we are going to start with the juniors.
First call for intermediate and senior showmanship. Again, you guys are going to be together, so any intermediates and any seniors that would like to participate in showmanship, please make your way to the ring. Second call for intermediate and senior showmanship. Please make your way to the ring.
If you're ringside again, let's congratulate these young people and give them a nice round of applause for their work out here today. I think you get into this junior division, obviously got varying levels of experience, and you got young people who are just kind of learning and doing some things. So get back to the basics as far as keeping the pig between you and me and smiling and having a good time. And I think when you do that, there's one of them that has done a nice job that way in the times that she was here in the ring. Kept the pig moving, kept it between you, me, and her. Young lady right here in front of me with the white gild will be our champion here in our junior division.
Congratulations, Lillian Harpenow.
All right, lastly, we will move on into the intermediate and senior showmanship division. We apologize. The winner of the junior showmanship was Kinsley Kramer.
Well, last time as we as we finish up our senior division of showmanship, let's reward our young people here and give them a nice round of applause. As a judge, I want to say thank you to the committee for the opportunity to come and judge, and to the extension and all that. It's certainly been my joy to come and be part of that and be part of your fair experience, or your pseudo-fair experience, I guess you might say. The only other thing I want to say is thanks for having showmanship last, because as a judge, that allows me to evaluate them throughout the show and kind of get those young people and get an idea of how good they are, and kind of get a bead for who I want to watch when they come back in showmanship, and that makes things a lot easier when I get back out here. I just need to reconfirm what I kind of know and make that selection becomes a lot easier from that perspective. I think when you do that and you think about kind of who did what, and we get them back out here, and as I turned and I used the different parts of the ring, this person was the first person to give me a look, the look that I'm looking for when I turned to use that ring. And so to put that all together, our champion here in our senior division is a young man standing in front of me with the blue gilt, and he'll be our champion. My congratulations to all of our young people out here today.
Our winner of the intermediate and senior showmanship is William Harpenow. That trophy is sponsored by Carter Auction Service. The trophy for the junior showmanship was sponsored by Steve and Tanya Remenschneider. That concludes our swine show. Let's go ahead and thank all those that helped us out once again today. First and foremost, our judge, Dan Lane. Again, Dan is from Northeast Iowa, so he definitely had a little bit of a drive to get here today, and he's been here all day. So we sincerely appreciate all of Dan's help. Let's give him a big round of applause. And then again to our swine committee, our superintendent, Joe Rada, our assistants, Brad Harvey, Scott Firehelm, Joe Kesnick, Brady Marinow, Derek Tenaple, Clint Kesnick, Ben Johnson, Andy Schrader, and Jim Hitchler, and the Plymouth County Fair Board for all of their support in getting things ready today and for carrying out this show. Let's give them another round of applause.